This government meeting is brought to you by Eastworks and our local cable subscribers.
Good evening. Welcome to the Easthampton City Council meeting for Wednesday, June 5th. The meeting tonight is being recorded and broadcast by eMedia on Charter Channel 193 and live streaming on their webpage, easthamptonmedia.org. Councilors and participants in this meeting are gathering hybrid on the order extended until March 2025, which allow us to do so. I remind both the members of the City Council and the public participating remote remain mute until recognized by the City Council President. Also, for the member of the public, please remove your camera for the duration of this meeting, unless you are participating in the public speak time or the public hearing. Thank you. This meeting is now called to order. Marianne.
Connie Denham. Here. Salem Derby.
Present.
Omar Gomez.
Here.
J.P. Kuzinski. Here. Tom Peak.
Here.
Brad Riley.
Here.
Tamara Smith. Here. J.T. Terrell. Owen Zaret.
Present.
Please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. Pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right now, we have the presentation for the We the People team. Before we start, I just want to let the representative from Senator Velez to go to the podium and say a few words on behalf of the senator.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mark Messer. I'm here from Senator Velez's office, and the senator did get caught up in Boston this afternoon, so he apologizes that he couldn't make it. I know that over the last several years, Senator Velez has really gotten to know Kelly Brown and this class in particular very well. So he's, extremely disappointed he wasn't able to make it tonight. But, he just, essentially wanted to say, congratulations, for all the hard work that you guys put in over the course of the year. Every time he visits the class, it's stunning how engaged and excited they are about the subject matter. And ultimately, the end result that is put out at the hearing rooms during the competition. We go to a lot of classrooms over the district that we cover, and this one, it's like when we see it on the calendar, circle it, because it's gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be engaging, and it's just really awesome stuff. So we also have citations from the state senate, official citations, but they got caught up in a traffic jam. They're on the turnpike right now, so hopefully they get here by the time you folks are dismissed. If not, I'd be happy to run them over to the class before school's out. So again, just on behalf of Senator Velez, congratulations, and keep it up. And if there's anything we can ever help with, just feel free to reach out. All right, thanks.
Thank you. We have someone representing Representative Curry.
Yes.
We're going to do that all together, but you can say something to them first.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'll say I'm not the public speaker, so kudos to you. I am here on behalf of Representative Carey. Am I speaking well enough into this? Similar to Senator Velez, he is caught up in Boston. But I will let you know, when I joined Representative Carey's team, We the People was one of the first things we talked about. As a native to Easthampton, Rep. Carey is so proud, and as I said, one of the first things he said to me, I feel that we need students like you to be advocates and future leaders. So thank you very much. And then I do have some official citations for the teachers and students from the House of Representatives that you would like
to do all together, because we have some and the mayor have some too.
We'll
so we're going to do all three.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Mayor, do you want to say something?
In the interest of time, I just,
thank you so much, all of you, for choosing to take this on. It's daunting when the last 6 years before you, they won the states. So kudos, it's stunning. I do have a proclamation to enter into the public record in the interest of time. I'll just submit it to the clerk so it's on the website. But thank you. As high school students, you have so many choices. And to represent your city and town and to master this material is just fabulous, stunning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The Vice President Derby and I will go into the podium, but before that, I'm going to make a few comments. The first one is, thank you. Thank you for representing Easthampton the way that you guys did. All the credits to you guys, but all the credits to Ms. Brown, too. Leading a team is not easy. I know as a former coach, it's not that easy. And dealing with that many people, thank you. Thank you for everything you've been doing for Easthampton. Thank you for everything you've been doing for Easthampton High. And thank you for everything you've been doing for these kids. I think what you're doing is amazing. And we're in a better place in Easthampton today because of you. And of course, the students. You guys are super smart. And our future is looking good. I hope one day see those faces in this area, including the mayor's office. Again, congratulations. What you guys been doing every year is amazing. So now the council, vice president, me, the mayor, and someone from the Dan Carey's office, we're gonna give you some stuff.
Turn this. I think we should.
Okay, we have the same list.
I don't think we do.
Yes, I think we have an order too.
Okay. And here, I'll give you.
Yes. Mayor, and you want to be here?
Yeah, you guys.
That way we can.
I'm gonna do my best with your names, so I apologize ahead of time if I mess them up. I'll do my best. So let's. The first student that we're gonna recognize is Addison Barr.
There you are.
Okay, and the second student that we're gonna recognize is Samuel Barr.
Thank you.
Ella Belcher Timmy. Christopher Gallagher. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes.
Finn Garvey. Jintha Kim. Right there. Ava Kulan. Aliana Morales. Ethan Mulally.
Don't worry about it.
Devin O'Brien. And Gracie Papadelis? No? Okay. Yug Patel. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Roman Powers Moran. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Veronica Raposa. Congratulations, Veronica. Okay. Zamari Salgado. Haley Siv. And Sophie Slaghecki. McKenna Slate. Jackson Scott. Elizabeth Capinos. Congratulations. Mayuri Gupta. Congratulations. Get the teachers.
You had the mentor first?
Do we have mentors here tonight?
None of them?
Senior award night?
No.
Okay, so we have some for the mentors. Okay, so for the teachers, Taylor Dadmon. And of course, once again, Kelly Brown. Congratulations. That's it. That's it.
Give everything.
Yep. Thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Ms. Brown, do you want to take a picture before we keep going?
That'd be really cool.
Bring it, bring it.
That, a group picture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I love the staff.
Yes, can you please? Sorry. Can you please, here,
You want it behind you or? Okay.
anywhere you guys want.
In front, right?
Let's go behind us. Yes.
You can go behind us. That's
Especially,
totally fine.
these guys are little too tall. Yeah. I mean, we can sit down or we can be behind. Yes, let's sit down. Let's sit down and they can be behind us. Yeah.
If you sit, we can stand.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yes.
As long as the focus is on
Smile.
Guys, wait, are we heavy on one side?
We are very happy.
Let us know.
Come on, guys, you know the drill.
Just smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy birthday. Good job, everybody. Thank you. So we the people have two options. Or you guys can stay and see how the local government works, or you can go home. Whatever you guys decide, we're okay with it.
It's budget.
Guys staying? No? I'm just waiting for them to see what they're gonna do. You guys can leave, that's fine. Yes.
It's gonna be a long one.
See ya. Yeah. right, gonna take a motion to. All right, let's continue the meeting. I will take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against, abstention? Motion passes. Public speak time. This is the opportunity for the public to address anything to the council regarding any topic not listed on the public hearing. Is anyone for the public that want to say something to the council? Please go to the podium. I will give you 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. And please address your comments to the council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Ellen Coteen. I have a studio at Cottage Street in Easthampton, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the newly formed One Cottage Street Tenants Association. Our purpose in being here is to make sure that each of you is aware of what's happening at One Cottage Street, home to Riverside Industries and 102 tenants, about 80 of whom are artists. We're very concerned that the huge rent increase abruptly announced is a bad omen for the city, as its revitalization and dynamic cultural climate require affordable spaces for artists and creative pursuits. Our landlord, Riverside Industries, has set a rate of $15 a square foot beginning September 1st. The amount of the increase means that many of us, some of whom have had their studios here for 30+ years, will need to leave the building. The rent increase for many of us is between 25% and 150% over our current rate. The increase being proposed is a flat increase for all, whether we have been here for 4 months or 4 years, whether we have 400 square feet or 4,000 square feet. Cottage Street Studios and Riverside Industries have coexisted in harmony and mutual support since 1976, when the building was donated to Riverside. Artists have contributed a great deal to Riverside, volunteered with their clients, run workshops, and we were instrumental in establishing the Riverside Arts Program. We strongly support the programs which Riverside operates and differentiate the service provider from the landlord. Our goal is to meet with the board and the CEO to see how we can work together. We have sent 2 letters to the members of the board requesting the opportunity to meet. To date, we've had no response. One Cottage Street was the first converted mill building in Western Massachusetts to foster a creative community. Our open studios have been running for 40 years and attract thousands of people to Easthampton each year. On a personal note, I find this situation especially painful. 25 years ago, I was hired as the grants coordinator for the city of Easthampton. In 2005, I, along with several others, established Easthampton City Arts as an organization, bringing together artists, local businesses, and the municipal government. In 2009, the Bear Fest, which I see you have behind you, solidified the reputation of Easthampton as a community where artists could thrive. There is no doubt that Cottage Street artists were instrumental in starting Easthampton City Arts and establishing the Cottage Street Cultural District. We are having a community meeting on June 25th in Old Town Hall to make sure that everyone in the community is aware of what's going on. We want to protect our workspaces, and we want to help assure that the arts will continue to thrive in Easthampton. Thank you very much. Can I distribute something to you?
Just give it to Councilor Denham and she will pass it to us. Thank you.
Fix the podium.
Hello, my name is Daniel Kelm. I'm a tenant at One Cottage Street. Ellen has given you the facts. I've been encouraged to make a personal plea. We're all people, all the tenants at One Cottage Street, and my plea to you is that this rent increase is having a catastrophic effect on my health. I'm a 72-year-old artist. I have a stage 4 terminal cancer diagnosis. My plans had been to finish the work that I have in the studio and then move out on my own schedule. This rent increase is disrupting that very, very strongly. And as I said, it's having an adverse effect on my health. And I really encourage any help that we can get in bringing Riverside Industries to the table. All we do, we just want to talk with them. And as Ellen said, we've been denied that. We sat with them while they explained things to us, gathered information, but we haven't been given the same courtesy in response. And I really would just ask whatever help you can give us, just so that we can sit down and have a conversation with Riverside Industries so that we can all come to an agreement. So far, we've been shut out of any negotiations. So please, my personal plea is please help us get a meeting with Riverside Industries. It would mean a lot to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone participating remote? I see none. I will take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. Any further discussion? See none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a bunch of stuff to go through. But to start, we've got the budget. Where do we start? We met over the last month or so, multiple times to go over the budget, item by item. We ultimately voted 3-0 to approve the budget as written. All of those meetings are, of course, available and online and whatnot. There are just a couple things I wanted to say about this budget that I think make it a little bit interesting and unique before we jump into everything. Just some findings. The first thing I would say is that this budget is kind of interesting in that this is probably going to be the first year we enter into in a while where COVID funds, whether that's ARPA or ESSER funds, are not a major factor in how we fund our operations. And this is relevant because I think we've all noted that there's been pretty substantial free cash surpluses over the last few years. And I think that's led to an idea that that's what we're going to experience going forward. And to some extent it might be, there has been a lot of growth in Easthampton. We haven't seen the slowdown that some of us worried that we would when COVID hit. So it could be that we have another great year, but this is just an uncertain year. We had the pre-COVID experience where things were what they were, and then when COVID hit, we sort of settled into, there's this sort of way of running things that involved a lot of federal funds, and that we're now sort of on the other end of that. So there is a good deal of uncertainty there of just what does a city's fiscal outlook look like without those funds in this sort of new reality. Another thing I would say, it's not a budget that has a lot of new things in it. The one area where we see a pretty substantial increase is in the school budget, and that is largely to absorb some ESSER-funded positions that were mostly around social and behavioral wellness. Those were positions that we hoped we could have transitioned off of as we got back to normal, but that's not the opinion of really anyone in the schools, that we're in a position to walk away from to go back to sort of our previous levels of staffing there. So there was a need to absorb those positions, and as a result, along with a handful of other structural things, that budget has increased somewhat significantly, with the idea that that's not necessarily going to be a thing that we can expect every year going forward. Other than that, most of the increases that we have seen from prior years are mostly contractual. They're either pay plan increases that we voted into existence, or they're union agreements that we have to honor. There is not a lot of places where anything increased because we are bringing in a flashy new program or beefing up staff to a particular area or really anything like that. So again, it's coming into something with a bit of uncertainty, still feeling some of the ripple effects from the last few years. I thought that it was overall a thoughtful budget. Councilor Denham asked most, if not all, of the department heads if they thought that it was fair, and they all indicated in their own ways that yes, it was. It sort of got me thinking a little bit about like what does fair even mean in these cases? If you think about like what is the price that's like the appropriate amount to reward a teacher for educating a child? It's like, how do you even put a number on that? It's tough, but it is, I think we are keeping the lights on. We're not laying anybody off, and we're moving into a year that there is a lot of uncertainty. So that is roughly what I have to say about this sort of as a prelude. Unless there's any questions, I think we can just get into...
We can go to section by section and then allow the council to make questions by sections.
Yep.
And the public.
So that's just for anyone who's this is their first time. That's how we go. We go section by section. And if there's anyone who has any questions, we'll basically have a separate public hearing for each of these sections. So I think we will start with section 1, general government, which is presented at $3,579,173.57.
Yes, can you explain to the public and to everybody who's watching what is the general government?
Yeah, so general government has the mayor's office, the city council, city clerk, treasurer and collector, the planning department, just most of the first floor of City Hall and the basement of City Hall is the general non-public safety, non-education, non-public works. A lot of those services are within general government. We are, by the way, we're funding general government with $529,523.48 from water sewer enterprise, $7,500 from the parking fund, in addition to the $3 million I talked about, $57,000 from cannabis stabilization and $1,800,000 from general stabilization, which for those of you who don't remember, we put some money in general stabilization early in the pandemic with the idea that there was going to kind of be sort of a bump as these things came out. So that's what this is. It was something we anticipated. We voted it into existence. It could have manifested in a few different ways, but just given the situation, that's how it ended up.
Any councilor have any questions or comments before I go to the public? Councilor Denham?
Yeah, I would, if it's possible for the mayor or the auditor, I'd just like to, Chairman Peak just described the general stabilization and the $1.8 million. If you could provide an explanation of that as well as the impact of that, what that mean, what does 1.8 million mean to Easthampton moving forward?
Sure. So the one way to look at it is the $1.8 million. You know, actually, could you say your question one more time?
Sure. Yep. So we are, or you have,
yeah,
right, pulled 1.8 million out of the general stabilization.
Okay.
To fund the budget. Can you please help the public understand what does that mean and what does that mean in the future, right? Like,
sure. In lay terms, and then I will defer to the auditor if she has any additional comments. The 1.8 million was a pre-planned loan. we start the fiscal year in deficit $1.8 million. Did we know we would have a gap? We did. Do we feel good about future revenues? We do. But the reality is, we start in the hole like a checkbook. And what we had done leading up to this fiscal year was to leverage ARPA money into government services, basically anything you normally see in the budget. And that money that we would have paid for that government service out of revenue, we put into a savings account, revenue account, and whatnot. So it's a really great way to fill a gap, but it's a gap nonetheless. And the great way is novel, where the ARPA money is not available to do that anymore. And we are basically putting forward the pre-planned loan. And also, you're looking at a pretty high annual increase in the budget, over 9%, because we are prepaying now our expenditures going forward. So 1.8 fills in a gap. We planned it. That no matter what the level of stabilization, the general capital, any of those counts, those amounts, they truly are spoken for, with also the recommended percent by the state of what we should just have for things we have no idea what are coming. To the plan over the last 3 fiscal years was to be, really assertive, or I would say mount an assault against inflation, to then get to this year, have the gap, and increase mostly with CBA agreements and whatnot, and be ready for those increases so we can stay the course for the next 5 years. But we do. I mean, everything I said, but the one thing is, we plan to take out a mortgage on the city, and that mortgage is 1.8, and we got to pay it back. So I that's kind of the lay language, and technical. I defer to the auditor.
Harold, do you have anything to add?
Yes, City Auditor Hetal Patel. When we prepare the budget, we have to present, or mayor has to present, a balanced budget, which means estimated revenue equals to estimated expenditures. But I did the calculation from 5 categories, which we'll go over during the revenue budget. There was a gap of $1.8 million. It's all estimated. We don't know what's going to come next year. And there was a gap. So there are 2 options. You cut the budget somehow or create the revenue. From last 3 years, we've been putting money aside because we've been supplementing expenditures through ARPA or CARES or FEMA money. We had X amount of free cash, which with mayor's approval, we were and city council's approval, we were putting it into the stabilization account to use it during these kind of rainy days. And that's where this general stabilization 1.8 million is coming from. Does that help?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other councilor have any questions? Councilor Kosinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if the mayor or Ms. Patel is better to answer the question. If you could tell the public how much money went into the general stabilization over the last 3 years of COVID monies, let's say, or non-COVID money, anything that went into general stabilization. So we built up how much money, and we're expending 1.8 now. Where does that leave us in general stabilization? And I'm not sure we've really painted a picture of what the future holds, except maybe the revenue could be higher than projected.
Mayor?
So we have another appropriation before you this evening to put $750,000 into capital and another $450 or so into general. Recommended percent by the state in general stabilization is between like 3 and 5% of your total budget. We're well above that. And then the capital, we're well above recommended levels. And we were mindful, like it's a little bit of a mind-twisting point, Counselor, because you think, wait, you start in a deficit, but now on June 5th, we're asking to put this money into a stabilization account. And it's about revenues and cash flow and whatnot. But the capital request like today and the high amount we have is all accounted for because of local match. So we'll have a couple of local matches for big grants coming to you. First reading will be next meeting, and it's almost like we knew this was coming, so we've been stashing that money away. And honestly, so the amounts they're historically big, but we're also doing historically big things. And the general stabilization, I certainly learned between March 17th of 2020 and I would say maybe even continuing now with COVID, that you don't know what's going to come up. And we've seen that where I look at your mask, like that mask used to cost 75 cents. And if you can get that quality of a mask for under $2, great. I mean, that's a perfect example. So both accounts are higher, and we continue to put money in. And we also we wait until like the auditor can speak to what we've put in, but the requests we have today to put into that general stabilization account and capital stabilization, she did the math on that literally 3 hours ago, because we wanted to see what revenue had come in. We wanted our estimate to be buttoned down as much as possible. So then I would look at the projects and see what was going to come in when, to figure out what we could afford to put in. Yeah, so I could, if that makes sense. And I'm trying to pull up the history of what we put in. The auditor may have it.
Hadel?
Yes, so
You're muted.
sorry. Okay, I got it. Do you want me to break it down by fiscal year, or I can give you from since 2020 to 2023 what we contributed and what's on your table?
Councilor
I'm happy
Tuasinski?
with an aggregate figure. I don't know about the rest of the counselors, but.
That's fine. You hear that?
No, I didn't, sorry.
Aggregate figure is fine, 20 through 23.
22, 23 would be, I have to take 24 out real quick. We put from 2020 to 2023, we have put $3.4 million and $60,000 in there.
Thank you, Hadel.
Most welcome.
Before. Any other councilor have any questions? Councilor Denham?
So just real quick, so Madam Mayor, you said that this is a mortgage, right? So the intent then is to try to put that 1.8 million back in, and how would that happen within, what is your goal for making that happen, right? There's obviously revenues, but are there other ways, and how would that impact our city departments?
So one strategy to pay that, first of all, increasing revenues. We did a thorough look through all of the fines and permit fees across the city and brought some of them up to comparable figures for the communities around us. Some had not been adjusted for decades as well. There were some fees that were added that our city had never done, but are as practice done, and behind me, the assessor did something very similar where there's a $25 fee for butters a list with the assurance that it's the right circumference of butters. The other is grants. So a lot of the capital items, if you look at the grants that we've gotten over the last 3 years, a lot of them are ambulances, brush trucks, hoses. And to be able to take those items off of Capital One, we don't have to save for them. We can use our capital stabilization account to do the local match. That takes some pressure off of repairs. Takes some pressure off of our fuel and things like that. So it's pennies. The other thing too, I have to say that is important, and certainly the treasurer can speak to how many times she's done it. City's not a money-making entity, but a wonderful tool we have is a set of there's a set of very, very conservative guidelines that allows us to invest money. So when our stabilization account is big, there's a reason why I'm asking for it. And one of them is we know we have expenses coming and we deal in straight figures. We don't count interest, but we can use it. And that starts filling it in as well. I would also just add quickly around the amount of both revenue, general stabilization, and certainly capital. Those amounts won't necessarily, whatever decision is made after, won't be as big because we now have local matches and major capital projects that will end in 2032. So we're good. We got through the 1.2 for Union Street. We didn't have to bond for that. We're looking for solutions for stuff that has to go on Park and Rec and whatnot, and working with that. So that's kind of the overall. But it is drips and drabs, like every single penny. I mean, and waiting until 3 hours ago to see our actual revenues compared to our estimates. Like those are the pennies that count. And how our treasurer, Jessica, manages the money and gets the best interest rate we possibly can where we're allowed to by state. And how that's invested, is very regulated. This is not, just, I don't know, no Bitcoin, no Bitcoin. So very conservative.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right, no Bitcoin.
Any other question from the councilors? Anyone from the public? Councilor Sarrett.
So just to kind of tie up some of the concepts that were here, that I was thinking, based on what the chair said and what the councilor asked and some of the comments you made, Mayor. The future is always unpredictable. Mm-hmm. And as soon as we vote on fiscal year 25, we already start thinking about fiscal year 26. Mm-hmm. But do you feel that this is more of a general question, but do you feel that the budget as presented is stable going forward as we start looking at the next year and the anticipated revenue plus up to 2.5 and with, as the chair described it, keeping the lights on? We're not making, there's no luxury items here. Looking at the next year and the year after based on what we're doing here, is it, for lack of a better term, safe, stable, predictable, as unpredictable as life is?
Yeah, I would say that this year's expense budget is probably the best expense budget I've put forward as a mayor. I think it's realistic. I think we're compensating our employees better, and they deserve better. And we've made the cut against inflation. So we're starting from a good ground, and we can now predict out the organization of different groups, employees groups that are now negotiating for the first time as a union is, there's a predictability in it. People get, they want to, okay, that's negotiation. But the key here is you're locking in expense, payroll. That's our biggest expense. It's like 70% of our budget. And to know from this point to that point, this is what it's going to cost is gold. And we've taken into account some of the saving measures, like more efficient vehicles and whatnot. So yes, that reduces the amount of fuel. It does not make up the difference of the cost of fuel. So when we're talking and we're looking at expenses, we're not saying, okay, we have now just flipped 4 cars, more efficient, therefore we're taking 2% off of gas. What we're doing instead is, this is the amount of gas. Yes, we're going to shave some money off of it, but we know that there's not a big win yet. It's a slow process. So I feel good about the expense budget. The revenue, there are some weird dips that we're watching. One of them is water. So water is more expensive, but really more important to this budget is that we're more efficient with water, with toilets and the shower heads and whatnot. Also, drought. So people are using less money, but then there will be times, any day now, where we'll go into a drought and we do not have control over that, and water usage is shut. And our drought measurement is not Northampton or Hadley, it's actually Chicopee for where our wastewater goes. So, those revenues are extremely, they're important. But we've kind of like gone up the middle, and we still will have stabilization money if we need to. I guess the public outward, message is, I am, and I think I can speak for people in City Hall and the school. I'm super proud. Nobody lost their job. Everybody got a raise. We've got fantastic health benefits. And yeah, it's not a luxury budget. No one's getting a Mercedes Sprinter. And if some city did, that's great. I'm not, no shade. It's not, that's not who we are. Never have been, right? I mean, we're scrappy and, we're gonna twist or turn our own wrench before we bring in somebody else to do it. And that's, so it's fantastic, but they're, no hidden buckets of money. No, yeah.
Thank you. Any other councilors before the public? No? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? I didn't see anyone. I want to make a comment. I know that for this section, we're taking 1.8 million from general stabilization, but in our package today, that we're going to review it, the finance committee, and then the following meeting, the full council, if we approve it, the finance committee, and then our next meeting, we're putting back 550,000 to that account. So in reality, we're taking 1.25 in that particular account. That's my comment. Before I will take the motion for the section 1, anyone else have final comments or questions from the council? Councilor Peak?
Yeah, I'll just say, and I want to keep this high level. I don't want to get too in the weeds about this, but just because we could be here all night. But I've been on the council long enough, and many of you have been here with me to know that the city has a tendency to budget very conservatively and then draw in, even before COVID, large amounts of free cash. And one of the reasons I feel comfortable with the idea of putting some money towards stabilization is because we have a long history of gaining fairly substantial surpluses. Now, will that happen this year? It remains to be seen. Like I said, we are entering into a new era, but just given the way that these things are set up and the way that our budgets tend to be quite pessimistic in their baseline revenue numbers, I feel like it's not unrealistic. I mean, we go into each year when you hear people talk and they'll say, yeah, we're probably going to come back to you for an appropriation for this, and this, if those things come up. that assumes that we're going to have that money in free cash for an appropriation because this has been the history. And that's one of the reasons why this was something that I was personally comfortable with, is because of just, I have a maybe slightly more optimistic view of where our revenue will ultimately end up. I understand there's reasons why the city does it the way they do, and I'm not necessarily calling that into question. I just think we need to take, like, here's the official number, and then there is, I think, a commonly held understanding that what our official revenue forecasts say are often a little bit different than what the actuals are. So just, I want to throw that out there as well, as one of the reasons why this didn't personally concern me that much. And if anyone wants to talk about that and my general views on budget forecasting, we can do that at some other time, because that's not really what this item is about.
We'll take the motion.
I move the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,579,173.57 for the various departments listed under Section 1, General Government, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations, with the following amounts to be transferred as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee: water and sewer enterprise, $529,523.48, parking fund, $7,500, cannabis stabilization, $57,000, general stabilization, $1,800,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Section 1 General Government for amount of $3,579,173.57. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, Section 2, we've got public safety, so this is fire, police, dispatch. Not a lot of major changes here. There was I think there's a renegotiated police contract, and so there's a lot of the personnel increases that we're seeing, along with increases in incentives and things like that, are really contractually negotiated things that we sort of are bound to honor. I didn't see very much at all among these departments that was that seemed discretionary, or that seemed like a big increase in one thing or another. So there was a little bit. Well, anyway, it came out in total to $8,451,242.01, and yeah, not a lot of big changes here.
Thank you. Before taking questions from the councilors, we have the fire chief, and I'm pretty sure I see the police chief. I don't know if any of the chief want to add something before we take questions. No? Any councilors have any questions or concerns or comments about police safety? No? Chief Alberti, you want to say something before?
Good evening, everyone. Nothing really to add. It's a very conservative budget, certainly for the police department and dispatch. We too are relying on several grants to help augment our departments, and staffing is no longer an issue for the police department. My two recruits graduated from the academy, so they're filling beats that otherwise would have either gone unfilled or used overtime. So we're very happy about that. But yeah, the budget's very conservative through all my departments.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,451,242.01 for the various departments listed under Section 2, Public Safety, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee. Second.
I I have a motion and a second for Section 2, Police Safety, for the amount of $8,451,242.01. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Thank you. So Section 3 is schools. I touched on this a little bit. I don't have much more to contribute. I'm sure our school folks would be able to if anyone has any specific questions. But yes, it was pretty much a level service budget with the increase. The percent increase seemed higher, but a lot of that was absorbing positions that were previously funded under ESSER grants, and so that's about it.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions? Councilor Sarrett, and then Councilor Denham.
A quick comment and then a question. I mean, if you look at our budget for the public, this is the largest amount that's appropriated, $20+ million, and it's the way it should be, right? All of our money going to educating our children. I just want, for the public, I thought it was important if the chair could clarify what exactly or approximately that percent increase was this year to accommodate those items that were previously funded otherwise, and also just for the sake of both clarification and the public's understanding how that funding might trail off next year. So in other words, my understanding is, if you could clarify this too, there was an increase this year to cover ARPA and ESSER funded positions, and it seems like a large increase, but we won't see that in future years. That will be much smaller, or at least projected much smaller in 26 and 27. Is that correct?
So when it comes to the numbers, I would need Nick to clarify, but I can give you a little bit of a yes. Just for the public's benefit, yeah, there was positions, I think particularly around behavioral health positions that were funded under ESSER to help with sort of, emotional and behavioral support for kids going through that hard time. A lot of kids have had a very hard time coming back, as I'm sure anyone with kids has, or if you know anyone without kids, with kids, like I'm sure you've heard about this. So the idea is that we're not ready to, the idea is that those positions will eventually return to like a staffing baseline similar to where we were before, but this was not the year to do it. Will next year be the year to do it? It'll probably have to be to some extent, but maybe there'll be a conversation there that's sort of for another, like I'm not going to sit here and be like, if they don't cut all those positions in next fiscal year, I'm going to whatever. Like we'll figure that out as it comes. But the idea is that the goal I believe is to eventually bring that department to sort of more of a level like it was before, or in any case envision like a more sustainable future. But in the meantime, there was a need that kind of had to be met. And unfortunately, we no longer had the federal funds to make it happen. If you'd like to add, expand on that, either of you would like to expand upon that at all, that would be great. But
if I may, Counselor, just to the conversation around schools, in large part with encouragement from the City Council and past chairs. Some very similar, my big picture was, if this is the year, you need to right-size staff and folks from ESSER, and there were a couple of if this is the year, do it now, because we're going to start with a mortgage, so let's start with a mortgage this year, in this fiscal year. Very impressive of what Nick and Superintendent Beninda and the administration, total FTEs reduction in this budget is 0.16, entire budget. So we did, as we knew that federal funding was going away, this was the year to front load it. Will this increase be seen again? No, and there shouldn't be the need. We've right-sized the budget. We caught up with inflation and FTEs, and that was totally the work of the school administration and principals and administration, and Nick can answer I don't know how they did it, but they did it. Great job.
As has been said a couple of times,
Can you please just introduce yourself for the record?
Oh, sure. I'm Nick Bernier, the Director of Business Services for the Easthampton Public Schools. Sorry. As has been stated a couple of times this evening, the largest, factor here for the increase is the fact that the COVID relief funding is going to be depleted. All of those funds have to be obligated by September 30th, 2024. They'll be gone before that. They'll end of the summer, basically the last payroll, they'll be spent. So we won't have a problem meeting that deadline for sure. Now we found ourselves in a place when I got here 2 years ago, there is, I believe, about 14.0 FTE funded with the ESSER grant money. We worked really hard for this current year's budget to, move things around to the point where we got it down to about 7.0 FTE. Knowing we were going to hit today, and really trying to ease that cliff into more of a hill, if you will. But as we had our budget development process with our administrative team, just looking at the needs of students that are still there. I think when all this money came down the pipeline in the early days of the pandemic, the thought was, we're going to recover from this somewhat quickly. We need help to do it, obviously. But as time goes on, it's become more and more evident that the recovery, you've all heard of long COVID. This is the long recovery, at least in the education world. So some of the positions that we, hope to keep definitely involve the social emotional realm, but there was also a special ed teacher in there. There was an English learner teacher in there. So there was, teachers support staff, to support kids that fall into selected populations, whose numbers we've seen increase over the years. Even though our enrollments declined over the years, the needs are still there. The percentages of selected populations that you can find on the DESE website are increasing. And that tells us that this was not the year to essentially sunset some of those positions. So our mantra, if you will, going into this budget process was, we really want to keep a level service budget here to continue to support students, as they recover from the impacts of the pandemic. Some other driving factors are the cost of particularly special education transportation. Obviously, a regular ed transportation contract is large, but if you look at it percent increase wise compared to what new contracts are looking like across the state, we're in good shape. And we've got a 3% increase there next year. I see on the listserv, people are getting 10, 12 for 1 year. I don't know how those municipalities and towns are going to pay for that. So we're lucky in that sense in terms of our big bus contract, but special ed is pricey. And, we have 10 in-district vans, 3 pre-K vans, and several vans that go to out-of-district placements. So that, that adds up quite a bit. Out-of-district special education tuition as well. We got hit with that very large this year to the point where we were able to apply for and successfully receive extraordinary relief through the circuit breaker program. Which is basically you can get refunded for extraordinary costs in the current year rather than waiting for reimbursement next year. We were able to get $379,000 from that program this year that has to be spent by June 30th of this year, which we'll have no problem doing. The good news with that, though, is all of that spending counts towards our circuit breaker reimbursement for next year. It's like the only time you can double dip in finance. It's wonderful. And the state will tell you the same thing. I'm not speaking out of turn here. So I guess where I'm going with that is, trying to keep all of these positions and, keep our increases, small as we possibly could. Not that 9.78% is small. I certainly would not consider that small, but from where we started to where we got, we did look at other funding sources, particularly circuit breaker and school choice, to offset some things so that we could continue to maintain the level of staff and support that we have going into next year. And then I guess the other piece of it too is personnel increases, which at this time are somewhat unknown as we're currently negotiating with the bargaining units. So that was a factor too in terms of this increase. I hope that answered the question. Perhaps long-windedly. I'll try to be better if there's any more.
Any councilor have any other questions? Councilor Denham?
Not a question, just comments. Just want to reiterate your comments, like, this isn't a one-year fix, right? Our kids are in recovery from COVID for, I think, many years to come. And so I think that that's something that we have to prepare ourselves for. As an educator, and I work in higher education, like, we're talking multiple years that we're going to be dealing with kind of the impact of COVID on the development of college students, right? And so I can only imagine kind of the impact that we're talking about K through 12 and whatnot. So certainly appreciate the work that you both have done in terms of trying to kind of right the situation for our children in this community and recognize that more is coming, right? And so I want to be supportive.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors? I have a few. The first one is, I'm pretty sure I hear we are cutting probably one position.
There was a vacant, a position that's been vacant for several months. I believe early November, hasn't been filled. The students that were part of that individual's caseload have been reallocated, and things have been functioning. So we just decided to not fill it. So nobody individually will be.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Basically, we're cutting that position, but not necessarily we're laying off a person.
Yeah, no people are impacted by that. No.
And the other question that I have is, you mentioned that we are in the middle of negotiations. I'm not going to ask the details because that's not appropriate. But I will ask if this budget include any money, any percentage for the potentially increase on those the new contract with the teachers.
I mean, it includes, some money for personnel increases. The battle one fights when, trying to prepare a budget when you're in the middle of this process is, unless you've settled the contract prior to the budget being done, you can never really know what you're going to end up, settling at. That there's certainly money in there to, go towards various proposals that the bargaining units are giving us. And we've, been going back and forth for several meetings now. I certainly can't predict if we're going to, what we're going to settle at. But I really, I took a look at things like step increases, which would happen regardless if the contract is settled or not. If there's certain staff members that would move up a step, because if the contract's not done by the end of the year, it's pretty much stay put. You're following the same contract, and those step increases would happen regardless. So I looked at what that was going to cost, and kind of how many folks were able to move up steps, and if that's a little bit smaller number of people than last year, some of that money can be put towards personnel increase costs. But what we budgeted to do all of this was, as I said, it's a tough battle because you have to keep the budget as in line with what a city can afford, and what a school committee is willing to vote on, while having something there, because you can't just level fund that, because there will be some sort of cost of living adjustment. That said, every time we meet, I look at different scenarios, and based on proposals we get and counter offers that we would then go back to the units with, to see what that would all cost. In the end, I mean, will we settle at the exact, amount that's in there if I break it down by what's in that account? I mean, probably not. That would, I think I'd be like a budgeting wizard if that, I got to that exact number. But between the time a budget passes and the time we, actually settle, things will happen. There'll be resignations, there'll be new hires that make a different amount of money than the predecessor did. And, so sometimes you can free up funds that way. Every now and then movement occurs. You could have a student move out of district who requires a, heavy amount of support, and then all of a sudden that funding. So, I do once the budget passes, it's a living document in my mind. It's never going to play out exactly as you planned it, except if you're looking at a one-off salary like mine. I mean, what's there is what's going to be made, and that's that, But everything else I take a look at, we have a savings here, okay, that can be applied to personnel increase. Oh no, we have a liability here. We just had somebody move in that's going to require some more support. So I really treat it as a living document, and certainly we'll use anything we can to negotiate the best contract that we can.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any concerns before I go to the public? No. Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Thank you. Councilor Peak.
I move that the city raise and appropriate the sum of $20,675,577.58 for the various departments listed under Section 3 schools, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Section 3 schools for $20,675,577.58. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Next up, we've got Section 4 Public Works. It's $2.2 million. About 20% of that's coming from water sewer enterprise, which is pretty standard. Again, there wasn't a lot of particularly dramatic changes from this to this budget from what we have seen over the last few fiscal years. There's obviously, this is one part of what we consider public works is really appears in the budget, both in public works and then separately in enterprise. But this is just where it was. Like the last few years, we saw there's some items that had to increase around the cost of fuel, cost of asphalt, the cost of various chemicals, but other than that, there wasn't really any major operational changes. I feel like I'm going to be saying that on pretty much all of these, so if maybe I'll just say that's the case for just about everything we're going to talk about, unless I say otherwise. But yeah, that's Public Works.
Mr. Nodeman, do you want to add something before I open it to the councilors?
Good evening, everyone. Greg Nuttleman, Director of Public Works. No, I don't have much to add. I mean, Councilor Peak basically covered it. It's basically all operational. If anyone has any specific questions, I am here, and we'll do the best I can to get you an answer.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Anyone from the public have any questions or comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none. Councilor Peak.
I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,256,099.92 for the various departments listed under Section 4 Public Works, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations, with the following amounts to be transferred as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee. Water sewer enterprise, $544,344.23. Sale of lots, $7,500.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Section 4, Public Works, for $2,256,099.92. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Next up, we've got Human Services. So this includes our Health Department, our Council on Aging, our Veterans Service. In the cases of the Health Department and the Council on Aging, these are departments that are in a bit of a flux that might honestly be worth a conversation outside of specifically the budget, because I don't think that the amounts that were budgeted for this were at all inappropriated. There is some interesting thing, like, not as in I'm against it, but in the, like, there's just a lot of this stuff is regionalizing in some ways. So we're having to, there's changes from previous years that have not really to do with the level of service that is being provided to people, but just like the way that these departments are structured and the ways that we collaborate with other communities. A lot of that is things that are happening, statewide for reasons that have a lot to do with what the state government wants to see. So there's, it's not really a matter of the budget, it's just operational. But I learned a lot of interesting things through that process. Other than that, it, again, beyond that, fairly standard. Most of the increases that we saw were personnel, and a lot of that was pay plan increases that we voted into existence, so we shouldn't be surprised by. So yes, that's all I have on Human Services.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions or comments? I didn't see none. Emily, do you want to add something, or we're good? No, she's gone?
No, you lost your network connection.
Oh, no.
Oh, sauce. All right, let's wait 1 second.
It's us.
Just 1 second. I don't know if it.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Just to test it. Hey, Lindsay, can you hear us? Just 1 second, because Hampton Media left the meeting. Let's take 5 minutes break until we figure it out.
Kidding.
Thank you for staying with us. Look like everything's working back again. We are still in Section 5, Human Services. Emily, do you want to add something? Is the COA part of the?
Yes.
Okay. Cindy? You're muted.
Can't hear.
Did you just ask me to chime in?
If you are part of Section 5 Human Services, sure.
Okay, there's a delay, so just checking. The Council on Aging budget, as the counselor said, there's no major changes to it. One positive change is that funding from the state is increasing slowly over time as the population of older adults goes up, and also the amount per older adult increased in recent years and may increase again, waiting to hear what the final state budget will be on that, which would be another $4,000 for the Council on Aging to help us keep pace with increased costs and services. So we're grateful that the Finance Committee took a close look at our budget, and I can address any questions if anybody has any.
Any councilor have any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. Anyone for the public? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none. Thank you, Cindy. Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $834,320.79 for the various departments listed under Section 5, Human Services, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations with the following amounts to be transferred as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee.
Second. I have a motion and a second for, to approve the Section 5 Human Services for $834,320.79. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, next up, we've got cultural and recreation. So here we have the libraries, park department. Again, there's not really a lot here that has dramatically changed. So if any of the department heads want to chime in, they can, but there wasn't much other than some small operational increases and just, salaries and whatnot.
Thank you. Katia, do you want to add something? No? I didn't see Mr. Mason on the call. I don't know if the mayor want to add something in behalf of the Park and Rec? Recreational?
There were slight changes in the budget as far as how we're looking at operations. And what work has been done by the park employees and the commission as far as what the park should be in the view of our residents. On June 20th, great example is the pool project. Nantucket Pool has been totally rehabilitated, and a lot of the comment when you go, it's very reflective of what the community wanted to see. ADA accessibility 100% around the whole pool and shade. And also, if you attend, and I strongly encourage you to, it's amazing, you'll see storyboards of what's next for the park. And the park's a forward vision of how it's not just a recreational resource, but also living up to being a resource for the community as a cooling place, for instance, and you'll see a lot of work around that. But the budget, not big changes. We will, and just outside of the expense budget, we are diligently working on a replacement for the work shed that is in just a horrible place. We have to find bonding, not being the best time for us to bond was a part of it, but also it was design and what we were going to do and what the capacity of that building had to be. The same with the tobacco shed that we use. So just met with Director Mason, and there'll be some changes in money used differently in accounts for work to continue without having to be in that place. And we're looking for a temporary solution come winter because the work shed and the tobacco shed are no really longer usable. So that's kind of the overs. Again, this is a great example of taking maintenance expense on older properties, older vehicles or whatnot, out of your operating budget, and we're using capital money to buy better equipment, more efficient, and dwellings out of capital and planning for them, rather than seeing them in operational line items.
Thank you. And I know last year, do you make a commitment with the library to increase the percentage of the appropriation that the city will give it to them? Are we seeing that as a reflect in this budget for that increase in the percentage?
Yeah, so I made a commitment in every budget that I proposed while I was mayor. There would be a rolling compounding 10% increase on the library's budget. So in this budget, you see 10% increase that is compounded by the 10% I asked for last year, which was approved by this council, and we asked for that again. And that is for operations and expansion of programs. Big year for the library where they are getting ready to move into some of their new space, a donated building that the city has supported with $510,000 to basically operate the library and do programming in both spaces while they do a capital campaign to do over the new building. And they needed that space to do that. And it fit within the cannabis guidelines as far as education, the program that they do and that they will do. So it gives them breadth. So I want to be really clear is that there's the cannabis operational money that gives them the breadth in their operational budget to actually start to move over to a newer space. And then there's the rolling 10%. And so you won't be surprised. Next year, I will ask for another 10% on the 10% on the 10%.
Thank you. Any councilors have any questions, comments, concerns? Councilor Denham?
Just a comment. First, I just want to say, thank you to these departments, the library, the parks, et cetera. I think I'm reading a book right now. It's called The Anxious Generation. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is to provide opportunities to get our children out of the way of computers, phones, internet, social media, et cetera. And I was really moved by a comment that a father had made in regards to the conversation about the skate park around. He was thrilled that his child was interested in skateboarding because he had no interest in competitive sport. And I think that we need to be really focusing more on the parks and the library, right, in terms of being able to provide activity that is not centered around competitive sports. And so to be able to create those experiences in those places and spaces, to be able to help nurture and educate our young people. And I mentioned this in our meeting that I think it would be really valuable. One of the biggest things that I hear from residents is wanting the park to be open year-round. And I think that there's just a variety of different ways that we could use that space year-round, including having a dog park, right, where you have residents who are purchasing passes, right, to be able to park up there because they're needing a space for their animal to kind of run around. And so certainly hoping that as we move forward, there's opportunity to be able to find funding to be able to support those employees to be employed year-round. That I think that would just be a real benefit to our residents, all of our residents, but in particular, really thinking about our future, right, and the needs of our young people. But certainly shout out thanks to the Parks Department as well as the library to be able to provide those spaces to nurture the development of not just our residents, but also our young people.
Thank you. Any other councilors? No? Katia?
I just want to say thank you both to you, Madam Mayor, and to the council for supporting integrating the library more fully into city operations and working with us to allow us to expand our programs. And these 10% increases may seem like a lot, but honestly, they're bringing us closer to the state averages, which we have historically been far below. And I think it's really wonderful that current government has recognized this and recognized the importance of the library. And as someone who also doesn't really feel deeply about competitive sports, but loves the programming that we do at the library and in many of the things that happen in the parks, I'm grateful that there's room for everyone in this city to enjoy so many different things and that we can help provide that.
Thank you, Katia. Anyone else from the public? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $772,700 for the various departments listed under Section 6, Cultural and Recreation, and that the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Section 6, Cultural and Recreation, of the amount of $772,700. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those all in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstentions? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Next up is Section 7, Debt and Interest. It's $5.1 million, and we have to pay it.
Second.
Or we get in trouble.
Madam Mayor or Jessica, you want to add something about this? And we know that we have to pay, right? That, I think that's simple. Yeah. We have to pay our bills, but for the benefit of the public, how we can describe this section.
So debt and interest is the debt that has intentionally been taken on by the city for various projects, whether that be some big projects like Mountain View School, and smaller projects like some stuff that we did for HVAC in the building. And there's interest that's attached to them. I hesitate to jump into this, but I think the public would find it fascinating. And I'm kind of looking at the treasurer. So the very interesting thing about a lot of tax-exempt municipal debt is you just pay the interest. You don't pay the principal. I did not know that. That said, it makes an interesting investment tool and hedge against increasing expenses that you can structure that debt. And you can structure that debt in a way where your interest or flat principal payments actually benefit the city of what we spend in our cash flow to keep more money into our account that we can get interest on and then get a good interest rate that we're paying out. And we've been pretty successful in doing that. And this past year, we've been very successful doing that. The treasurer is mindful. We've looked at restructuring debt, waiting, and whatnot, and also making pauses. So the pause in the Mountain View School debt that we have now, we paid forward flat principal and interest on a very assertive level. And in 2029, there will be a little break in that debt. And that is a great time under financial policies to then incur a couple more $1 million in debt for something like for maintenance that should not be deferred, whether that's a roof or that's a highway shed or, something, hopefully nothing on the schools. We're in good shape there, but it's a very planned tool that we use not only to obviously improve the city, but also to keep us level as far as risk management.
So it would be fair to say that the three biggest debt that we have is the two school and the police safety?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yes, and we'll do a little more borrowing to close out the school project. So we have short-term debt right now, and we'll roll that into a more typical-looking bond, just because long-term, eventually will be the best way to go. Right now, it's kind of half and half, but we have, we'll look to that.
Thank you. Any councilors have any questions, comments? Councilor Denham?
Just want to thank your finance team. This isn't easy, right? And I think you're trying to do right by residents in terms of, there's a lot of concern around raising rates and higher taxes. And I know that's a heavy burden that you carry when you think about the impact on residents. So just want to appreciate the work that you all do. So that's all I want to say.
Yeah, I can't agree more. I come back from a conference with fiscal tools or things the city could do, and the auditor and the treasurer kind of hold their breath and say, okay, what are we doing now? And we make it work. I mean, they're both very flexible and very good at their jobs, and are also the first ones to say, no, Mayor, that's ridiculous. You should not do that. We're not doing that, so.
Thank you. Any other councilors for the public? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? See none, Councilor Peak.
I move that the city raise and appropriate the sum of $5,180,676.34 for the various departments listed under Section 7, Debt and Interest, and that the amount requested, or the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report unless amended, be considered specific appropriations, with the following amounts to be transferred or raised as recommended by the mayor and City Council Finance Committee. Water Sewer Enterprise, $301,462.08. Debt exclusion taxation to be reduced by reserves for amortization, $3,310. Tax rate stabilization, $600,000.
Can you please just read it from this one?
HVAC debt premium, $17,071.34. Debt exclusion, Maple School K through 8 premium, $103,287.71.
Second?
Yeah, there's
Section 7, right? Look at my copy. There's the most updated one, and that came from Hale today. And Hale can give us an explanation. Hale, can you please, for the council, can you explain why some numbers change?
Yes, I can. City Auditor Heta Patel. We did a ban for this year that went through the treasurer's office, and we incurred some premium when we did this trade. That premium is allowed under Mass General Law to be used to pay the debt. That's why it is, we are using that revenue to offset the debt amount. So we are not going to raise and appropriate that much amount.
Thank you, Hale. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I did a second.
All right, sorry. I have a motion and a second for the Section 7 debt and interest for $5,180,676 with 34 cents. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Next up, we have Section 9, Community Preservation.
Section 8.
We skipped over Section 8, I'm sorry. Section 8, Unclassified Employee Benefits. This is where, the payroll for the various departments is in there, things with our health and dental and various post-employment benefits are all fall under here. They come out to $11.4 million. There isn't a whole lot of changes in them other than that these things continue to get a little bit more expensive over time. So I don't know if Emily wants to add anything, but.
Emily, you want to add something?
Yeah, happy to add to. So yeah, no major changes this year. It's really just health insurance increases. We had about a 8% health insurance increase this year, which was pretty standard across the board. Otherwise, everything remains pretty consistent with insurance contract increases, so.
Thank you. Any councilors have any questions, comments, concerns? I just have only one question. Is this benefit include the employees from the school?
Yes, it does. This includes both city and school employees and actually library employees as well.
So that means that it would be fair to say that we support the school with more money that we can see in the section from the schools.
Absolutely, because not only does the health insurance come out of this budget, also the workers' compensation insurance, the school liability insurance, the education, like for committees and everything like that, all of that comes out of this budget as well.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Kuczynski?
Just a question. You were asking who was included in the employee benefits, and I presume that this is the section that includes the retirees.
Yes.
Emily?
Yes, this includes the retirees as well, both teacher retirees and city retirees.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other councilors? Anyone from the public? Anyone participating remote? Councilor Peak.
I move that the city raise and appropriate the sum of $11,437,252.69 for the various departments listed under Section 8 Employee Benefits, and the amount listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations with the following amounts to be transferred as recommended by the mayor and finance committee. Water and sewer enterprise, $671,192.92.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Section 8 unclassified employees benefit for the amount of $11,437,252.69. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, next we have community preservation. On the CPA, it's pretty much the standard thing. There's, we appropriate a certain amount that we expect to be raised, and then there's an anticipated state match, but you never really know exactly what it is at the time that you do this. I will say that the CPA is sort of in a somewhat unprecedented place in that we don't currently have any money, which is not because a lot of that has to do with a mixture, like good things. There's a lot of good applications that are coming up, and also a lot of expensive applications because construction is very expensive. So particularly around affordable housing, but also things like Old Town Hall, the work that's being planned there. These things are very expensive. The CPA has voted to set aside funds in the coming years to deal with, to do some of those projects, which again reduces like the amount they actually have to play with. So it's definitely a tight year for the CPA. I also think that as more communities come online, the state hasn't really kept up with that. So there's the match is quite a bit lower than, or is expected this year to be quite a bit lower than what it has been in some future years. So tough situation all around, but I have no doubt all this money will be spent well, and we will ensure that because we have to sign off on it.
And I will add, for the benefit of the public, on June 20th, we're going to open the pool in our city. And I remember the Park and Rec came to the council requesting CPA money, and we use a lot of money to that project. I think that would be fair to say that too. Any other councilors have any questions? Councilor Sarah?
So of this 800,000 plus, is a certain amount is already spoken for due to prior commitments?
Yes.
How much is that or if you don't know, then I can look it up. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't have it on hand, but less than half, but not none.
Okay. Good answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other counselor? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $804,000 for the various departments listed under Section 9, Community Preservation, and the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations with the total amount to be raised and appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve Section 9, Community Preservation, of the amount of some amount of $804,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Next up, we have enterprise. This is the funds that we collect, and then spend on water and sewer treatment, particularly. So again, here we saw the same thing that I sort of mentioned at DPW with staff levels are pretty much the same. Increases are mostly contractual. We did see some items just around things like treatment chemicals and whatnot that did go up. There's some of that stuff is just out of our control. It's just a tough market for a lot of the intermediate inputs that go into allowing us to have a clean and healthy and functional city. So, but other than that, not a whole lot to report.
Any councilor have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? See none, Councilor Peak.
All right, I move that the city vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,164,624.24 for the various departments listed under Section 10 Enterprise, and the amounts listed in the mayor's printed report, unless amended, be considered specific appropriations with the following amounts to be transferred as recommended by the mayor and city council finance committee. Water sewer enterprise, $3,164,624.24.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Section 10 enterprise of the amount for the amount of $3,164,624.24. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Finally, we have the revolving fund cap. We've been over this before, but this goes to fund the electricity for the charging stations and for the bike share program that we have, and this just sets a cap for that program at $20,000 for this coming fiscal year.
Any councilor have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I move that the city council cap the DPW revolving fund spending for electric vehicles, charging stations, and bike share programs at $20,000 for fiscal year 2025, as per MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to set up the revolving funds cap. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. That concludes the budget. For the benefit of the public, we just approved the fiscal year 2025 budget for the amount of $50,155,667.14. Now we go into the transfers and appropriations. Councilor Peak.
All right. Got a bunch of these too. This is the Tom Peak show. Okay. So the first one that we have is $20,000 for veterans cash benefits. We went over this one in Finance Committee. The Veterans Department has changed a little bit in its structure, and some of these things are difficult to forecast. And so for this fiscal year, to make everything right, they're going to need $20,000.
We have Mr. Jarek. I don't know if you want to add something before I open it to the counselors.
Yeah, I mean.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, excuse me, sorry about that. I'm Tom Garrick, I'm the veterans agent. And basically, so the Veterans Department went from a district to hiring a full-time veterans agent. We started with 25 hours and the hours were increased to 34. So that makes up for part of the money that's being asked for as far as the salary, the increase in hours. And then some of it was just because of the change from the district to the municipal office, the budget wasn't, there's no real line items planned for, and we're kind of figuring out what the expenditures are this fiscal year. And so now we have a better idea of what to expect going into the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Any counselors have any questions, comments? Seeing none. Anyone from the public have any questions, comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
All right, I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for the approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $20,000 to be transferred from veterans cash benefits, $20,000 to be transferred to VSO salary, $15,000, care, sold and sale, $2,800, professional and technical services, $500, education training, $100, membership and dues, $600, in-state travel, $1,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: Veterans Department needs for the current fiscal year.
I have a motion and a second for the transfer of $20,000 for fiscal year 2024 Veterans Department needs. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against, abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, the next thing we have is a appropriation of $287,000 to cover the matching amounts for 3 federal Homeland Security grants. Chief, I don't know if you want to sort of go over the details of this?
Chief Norris.
Good evening, Chris Norris, Fire Chief. As it was just mentioned, this appropriation is going to be the matching amount for 3 federal Homeland Security grants. These grants, we've certainly been aggressive over the past 3.5, 4 years now pursuing. It equates to over $4 million in capital needs that the department has had. Specifically for these matching amounts, it's going to go towards the matching amount to replace our brush truck, which is 40 years old now, and actually is a converted vehicle that's being used for purposes it was not designed. The second project is going to be our self-contained breathing apparatus that are 15 years old and based on national standards can no longer be utilized, and also incorporates as part of that project to replace the air filling station for those self-contained breathing apparatus, which is also 40 years old. And then the third project is an LED sign, as well as the purchase of smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. Again, over the last 4 years, we really have tried to bolster our public outreach and education. And part of that vision is having this LED sign to help promote some of those projects across the city as well. So that's what we're looking at with these projects. And again, all of those are on our capital improvements request list through the city. And I'm happy to answer any questions there may be.
Any councilor have any questions? I only have one, and it's about the LED sign. This money and the grant money will include the installation?
It does.
It does?
Yep.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone from the public have any questions, concerns? Anyone remote? Seeing none, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilor Peak.
Request is hereby made for the approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $287,000 to be transferred from capital stabilization account to be transferred to FY24 FEMA 21 FPS LED sign grant, $12,000. FY24 FEMA 22 AFG brush truck account, $115,000. FY22 FEMA 22 AFG SCBA grant, $160,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Costs will cover matching amounts for 3 federal Homeland Security grants for capital improvement projects.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $287,000 to cover matching amount for 3 federal Homeland Security grants. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right. The next up is a request for $29,000. This one sort of tripped us up when we were reading it on first reading because of the amount that was because of the account number. But basically, what's going on here is that this council had earmarked some funds for enhancing the AV equipment in the public safety complexes, emergency operations center, and the initial thing. Basically, the IT team had come back and realized it was not going to cost as much as they thought it was going to cost. So that money would otherwise just revert to free cash, but the IT department is requesting that we instead transfer that money from that project account into a new account that will replace most 80% of the desktop computers that are within the public safety complex, which I understand are quite outdated. And then we'll also just have some funds in that account to help troubleshoot any problems that might come up in this first year of operation with the Emergency Operations Center with its new configuration. So.
No, I didn't see you here.
I think Karen's there if she wants to add anything, but
I don't think she's here.
Yes. This is Karen Camijor, the IT director, and I'm here to answer any questions, but that's exactly what's happening. This is reallocating money of an appropriation that was done to upgrade the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. We were able to get a contract with a local electrician and a local AV team. So we were able to complete the project under budget, and we would like to reallocate those funds to utilize, to upgrade other systems that need upgrading in the safety complex. One of them is the computer in the EOC. It needs to be a stronger computer that can manage the equipment, so we need to replace that computer, but that was not part of the original appropriation requests. We also need to upgrade the laptops for the ambulances. They need to be touchscreen. They need to be able to get cellular data. So these are going to be very expensive laptops that we need, so the laptops can have connectivity with the equipment and with the data when they are on the road. And then use the remaining part of that investment for the EOC to upgrade the police equipment, the aging computers that need upgrading.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions? none. Anyone from the public have any questions? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
And I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $29,188.05 to be transferred from 001.1451.5840.2023, $29,188.05 to be transferred to FY23 Public Safety Site Improvements, $29,188.05. The amount requested will be used for the following purposes: to redirect remaining funds for other safety complex IT needs.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $29,188.05 for the police safety complex IT needs. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this next one is $8,000 from free cash for various trash expenses. There's a shortfall in the trash disposal budget. Yeah, that's
pretty simple. Any councilor have any questions or comments about this appropriation? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Request is hereby made for the approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $8,000 to be transferred from free cash, $8,000 to be transferred to trash municipal, $2,000, trash schools, $6,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Due to cost increases for trash disposal at municipal and school buildings, we have experienced a shortfall in the trash disposal budget. We are requesting $8,000 to fund these expenses for the remainder of FY 2024.
Second. I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $8,000 for fiscal year 2024 trash disposal budget shortfall. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is one that anyone who's been on this council, I think all of us have experienced a little bit, is the snow and ice removal budget. It's sort of the only thing that we're allowed to run a deficit on for a while, but we need to pay it eventually. And so when we get our free cash, we pay it. And as usual, it's a ton of money because we live in a place that gets a lot of snow and ice. And there was, even though we didn't get a ton of snow this year, there was a lot of cases where we thought we might. So we salted everything, and salt is just unbelievably expensive. So that is what this is. It happens every year, and it kind of is what it is.
Any councilors have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
All right, I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $200,000 to be transferred from free cash, $200,000 to be transferred to snow rentals, $50,000, snow miscellaneous services, $15,000, small tools, $7,000, snow repairs, $7,000, school plowing, $30,000, snow chemicals, $18,000, salt, $71,000, travel and meals, $2,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. The Department of Public Works has experienced a shortfall of $200,000 in the snow and ice removal budget for FY 2024. We are requesting the funds to be transferred from free cash to cover this deficiency.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $200,000 for the fiscal year 2024 snow and ice removal budget shortfall. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, so the next one is $60,000 from free cash to building operations. And this is really to cover the costs that the building operations department has absorbed from maintaining the 3 former elementary schools and the former town lodging facility. And so, those buildings, a lot of that's heat, because a lot of the buildings have to be heated to keep pipes from freezing, but also, some personnel stuff and what have you. So this is something that's unfortunate, but, we have a plan to dispose of the schools, and, there's conversations about 75 Oliver Street, and just as those things go on, just let's continue to, it does cost us money to maintain these things we aren't using, so, but it kind of has to be done.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions? Councilor Sarek?
Just a statement, just to underscore what the chair just said, that we approved the RFP and selected a developer for the schools a year ago. And I know that we're still in the midst of that process, and I'm not debating that because that's not the item in front of us, but this costs money. So the sooner that we can fully divest ourselves of those properties, the better. And same thing with town lodging house. These things cost us money when we're not using them, especially that building, which is falling apart. So this underscores the urgency of finding uses for those buildings. That doesn't include the municipality managing them.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Seeing none, anyone from the public have any comments or questions about this appropriation? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I'll make this request in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $60,642.21, to be transferred from free cash, $60,642.21, to be transferred to building operations for the amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Building operations has absorbed maintenance responsibilities for the 3 former elementary schools and former town lodging facility at 75 Oliver Street. We are requesting these funds to cover expenses associated with the maintenance of these properties for FY 2024. The majority of this funding has gone to minimal heating for the former schools in order to keep their fire sprinkler systems active and maintain their current interior condition.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $60,642.21 for the building operation maintenance expensive for the 3 school and the town lodging house. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, so the next one we have is a $23,000 appropriation from free cash to the streetlight account. Before I want to give some context because the next 8 of these are all going to be sort of related to the same basic thing, which is that, and if either the mayor or our DPW director think I got anything wrong, then please correct me. I think I have a handle on this. We have a bunch of solar panel facilities that are on city land. For a long time, the way that worked is that we just, there's cheap electricity as a result of that. And because of the age of those things and the way that the market for solar has changed over time, we are now in a situation where we receive a bunch of money through credits that come to the city at some point. But in the meantime, those funds are not available for the DPW. So there's money that the DPW used to have. The DPW will have that money, and the way that I think this current budget is set up, the budget we just voted into effect, should make that so that this isn't a problem that we have in the future. But just the way that transition came over with the reallocated solar credits, it led to a lot of money that the DPW would have otherwise had but did not have. And so there's a lot of bills that we're paying out of free cash right now because of that thing. So a lot of these just say reallocated solar credits. That's basically what was happening. It's not that we lost the money, it's just that the money went to a different account than it otherwise would have gone to, which had meant that it wasn't available without appropriation for the DPW. Did I get that basically right?
Yes. During Honeywell, when we were looking at doing that, we had an opportunity to ask Eversource to take excess solar credits and instead of giving us the credit, giving us a check. And they said yes. So the solar credits, which would automatically reduce those utilities in across the city, and it was kind of like behind the scenes. We never, there wasn't a cash flow around it because there were solar credits. We wanted to get the check and said, one, to give us more freedom to get more solar on the books as opportunities arose. The accounting issue is the state and the way municipal finance works does not recognize a dollar that's from a solar credit as a solar credit. So the check comes in, it goes into the general fund, the budget then goes into deficit on those line items, and we have to then do what we're doing today. There is now a fix. As the counselor mentioned, where we now have a specific account that goes in. They're two separate accounts, and it tracks the money like they were solar credits. So the money we get from solar and our solar contracts go into the correct accounts. We should not see this next year. Working with our external auditors and our internal team and a little bit with the state, we should be flat. We should be good.
Any councilor have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions, concerns? Anyone remote? Councilor Peak.
I make this request in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $23,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to streetlight. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Reallocated solar credits have led to a deficit in the city streetlight account. We are requesting $23,000 to be transferred to cover these expenses for the remainder of FY 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $23,000 to cover the a deficit in the streetlight account. Any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, this next one is $147,000, but it's largely the same thing. Just it's the electricity bills for the water department that the electricity prices have gone up, but also the solar credits weren't there. So there's a deficit that we need to make up. That's about it. Again, like I said, a bunch of these are basically the same thing.
Any councilor have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $147,000 to be transferred from enterprise retained earnings to be transferred to water. Amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Energy/electricity prices have increased in FY 2024 and solar credits are no longer being applied to certain city electricity accounts. As a result, we are requesting $147,000 to be transferred from enterprise retained earnings to cover this shortfall.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation, $147,000 to cover a deficit in the city electricity accounts. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
This next request is a different thing, but it's a $12,000 request from free cash to building operations. I was informed during the presentation that in part because of the expense that it undertook, and in part because I think it's just the right thing to do, the city is paying to do some preventive maintenance on this building's HVAC system. And in the course of doing that maintenance, there was some minor work that needed to come up with just keeping it in order and fixing some small things. So that's what the $12,000 is.
Any council have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Make this request in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $12,000 to be transferred from free cash, $12,000 to be transferred to building operations, $12,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Unexpected HVAC system repairs were encountered at City Hall and the public safety complex in FY24. We are requesting $12,000 to fund these expenses. Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $12,000 for unexpected HVAC system repair at City Hall and Public Safety Complex. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
So this next one is about part of it is a $364,000 appropriation from enterprise retained earnings. All of it's wastewater related. So the first part is, again, just the electricity thing. That's $124,000 of it. There's then $22,000 that would be going to pay for professional services, in this case, sludge disposal, and $20,000 for wastewater treatment plant chemicals.
Any council have any questions? Councilor Sarrett?
How much is in enterprise right now? Do you have a number or estimate?
Probably Harold will know that. Harold, do you hear the question?
No, I didn't, sorry.
Can you please repeat that, Councilor Sarrett?
Yes. How much money do we have in enterprise right now for this, to consider this appropriation?
So we have $637,023 as a approved retained earnings from 23.
Thank you, Harold. You can ask.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Is any of that money, we just made budget decisions from enterprise. Is that balance, take that into consideration, or does that include monies that we're going to utilize for the FY25 budget?
We do not use any retained earnings or free cash to supplement for the following fiscal year budget. This expires on June 30th. So whatever is going to be left on June 30th will close for recertification for 2024 free cash.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other councilors? Anyone from the public have any questions? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Make this request in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $364,000 to be transferred from enterprise retained earnings, $364,000 to be transferred to wastewater, energy / electricity, $124,000, wastewater professional services, $220,000, wastewater treatment plant chemicals, $20,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: due to circumstances outside of our control, energy, electricity, chemical, and necessary professional service prices, sludge disposal, have increased in FY 2024, As such, we are requesting $364,000 be transferred from enterprise retained earnings to cover this shortfall. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the supplemental appropriation of $364,000 for the water waste treatment plant expenses, lush disposal, electric cost, and chemicals. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, so this one is $4,000 from free cash to recycling. One thing the DPW does is they will do some hazardous waste recycling for people or businesses, and the prices increased, and so there is a shortfall, and they're requesting $4,000 to cover this shortfall.
Any councilor have any questions? Seeing none, anyone from the public? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I make this request in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $4,000 to be transferred from free cash, $4,000 to be transferred to recycling, $4,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. Hazardous waste disposal prices have increased in FY24. As a result, we are requesting the $4,000 to be transferred from free cash to cover this shortfall.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the supplemental appropriation of $4,000 to cover the deficit of the waste disposal budget. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, the next one is $110,000 from free cash to fuel. Just as a reminder for anyone who might not know, individual departments do not have fuel in their budget. There is one fuel account that the DPW oversees that fuels all municipal vehicles and all municipal buildings. So this is the account. As I'm sure you all know, fuel is expensive, and there is a shortfall, so they're requesting these funds to make that up.
Any councilor have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. This is in the form of a motion. Amount requested, $110,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to fuel. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. We have experienced a shortfall in the FY24 budget for fuel for the city, vehicle fleet, and heating oil. We are requesting $110,000 be transferred from free cash to the city fuel account to finish out the fiscal year. This account pays for all city vehicles, not just DPW. Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $110,000 to cover the deficit in the city fuel account. Any further discussion? Councilor Kuczynski?
Just had a quick question, since we were talking about the fuel, and the fuel is for the entire city. And since we have an enterprise fund which deals with water and sewer and earned revenue, not the general taxation, why isn't some of those funds being used for this expense? And it sounds like this is all coming from free cash and none of it coming from retained earnings.
Well, I think I might be able to answer that one.
It seems, I may be mistaken.
Councilor Peak?
Feel free to correct me if anyone says wrong. When we fund the DPW line item, there is money that comes in there from enterprise. So I think that over the course of a regular fiscal year, some of that is covered by enterprise. This is just a matter of this particular appropriation and what funds were available on hand to cover it. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, no? Hadel?
Yes. So what happens at the beginning of the fiscal year, and we just voted that enterprise fund is going to support general fund, that's called enterprise chargeback. fuel budget is part of the enterprise chargeback, so they upfront pay city for the contribution, and we pay all the fuel expenses out of general fund, but we do not raise and appropriate under general taxation.
Thank you, Hadel.
Yep.
Any other councilors? Those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right, this next one's from the Building Inspection Department. It is a $20,240 appropriation from free cash to cover the part-time inspection for gas, plumbing, and wire, and the temporary positions, regular accounts. And basically, what has changed here is that the service model or the compensation model for these part-time inspectors changed partway through the fiscal year. They previously received a monthly stipend. They now receive a $50 fee per inspection done. And so that was a change that was made in the course of the fiscal year, and the budget was not adjusted. So it just turned out that under that model, the expenses for these inspectors was a bit higher. So in order to make those accounts whole, the building department is requesting the $20,000.
Any councilors have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I'll make this in the form of the motion. A motion request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $20,240 to be transferred from free cash, $20,240 to be transferred to part-time inspection, gas, plumbing, and wire, $2,400. Temporary positions regular, $17,840. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose. The budget was changed to $50 per inspection from monthly stipend, and budget line was not adjusted to reflect this change.
Second. I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $20,240 to cover plumbing inspection budget line item increase. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, this one is a little bit trickier, but I think we can get through it. So this was one that, well, there's one question I'll have. I'll just lay out the whole thing. We were going to, there was a request made by us to establish an opioid revolving account at the end of our last meeting on first reading. We had some questions about the establishment of that account because of the lack of oversight that such an account would have. There wouldn't be a need for this mayor or any future mayor to appropriate funds out of it. There would be no city council oversight. We met with the mayor and her finance team in council, and Mayor, please feel free to step in if I don't accurately portray this position, but the general view was that the Attorney General does provide a lot of oversight to these funds, that there's a lot of really specific guidelines about what these funds can be used on, much of which is dictated by the actual settlements. And so the feeling about the mayor's general position is that the oversight that we were seeking does exist, just not by us, by the AG's office. I had, to be honest, some concerns about this, but my colleagues on the committee felt that that was satisfactory. I did end up abstaining, but they voted 2-0 to both establish the fund and appropriate these funds for it. And I respect their positions on that. The one question I have as a technical matter is that we would be voting right now to appropriate funds for an account that does not at this moment exist.
Correct.
And so I don't know if we legally can do that and then jump to finance, or if we've got or what the situation is. So I could use a little bit of guidance there in terms of how we actually handle an appropriation to a non-existent fund.
That's a great question. And the answer is, and I know we're in the public hearing, but I will take as a part of the report of the Finance Committee that particular item to see what we're going to do with that account before moving the money, because again, it doesn't make any sense moving the money or approving money to an account that doesn't exist. So I prefer to listen. I think the mayor want to add something, or Jessica, you want to add something to the conversation? Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I think the point is moot until we get to finance to explain the oversight. Jessica was just going to explain the reporting and whatnot, but it sounds like we should wait until finance and the discussion of the creation of the account.
Let's do it now.
All right, you're up.
We can.
Jessica Hebert, City Treasurer. The Attorney General, when they set up this over the opioid funding, they have a series of reports that we have to do. There's a whole list of things that the money needs to be spent on, and it's very specific. And the reports are required every year. There's actually, we have to go through, have a committee and everything. So even though the city council may not have oversight of it, it's very specific what we can spend it and very specific in reporting.
Any councilor have any questions about this? Councilor Riley?
And so when I ask this question, this is not to assume that you or the mayor would be malfeasant. What do the repercussions look like should the city not follow through with that? Is that to say that the Attorney General's office takes care of all of the punitive measures, or can you describe that a little bit more?
I would assume. We have a schedule of the amounts of money that we're set to receive from each settlement, and my assumption would be, I haven't looked into what would be the recourse of the states. I would assume they would take the money back or stop sending us future payments.
Okay. Any other councilor? Councilor Sarrett?
So does this oversight take place retroactively, or is there a process where anytime you want to spend money from such an account, that it has to, the intention or what it's being spent on has to be reviewed and stamped by someone who would be providing oversight for the appropriate use? In other words, let's just say that you can't buy park equipment with this. I'm just making that up. I don't know what but you say that you're going to spend that money on that, and in that moment, does that go to someone who says, no, you can't do that? So it's a moot issue, or is it you did this and you weren't supposed to, and so then there's penalties?
Well, first, I'm pretty sure Hadel wouldn't allow that.
Right.
But yeah, it would just be.
Yeah, I can. So as a treasurer, Jessica tracks each amount of money as it comes in from different settlements, and that's tracked also by the AG. The use of the funds must be reported, and treasurer reports those out. We're already reporting we have used none of this money for a whole bunch of different reasons because of the requirements that we need to use this money. Then, like any other account or request for money from an account, it would go to our auditor, who will then say, oh, this is the opioid account, this is what it can be used, okay, it meets, or it doesn't meet. The money is appropriated, the report continues to the AG, and another check to this is also our external auditor that comes once a year, and they go through all of these accounts and will look for irregularities, or this is what you reported, but the amount you spent is off by $100, or how is this PO, they'll ask for give us random 15 POs to them that attach to this account. Okay, so did they do what they're supposed to? Was it expended appropriately? What was the documentation that it fit within this category? Was it approved by the committee that we need to form and stuff like that? So, you've got the incoming check balance, you've got the AJ's report, you've got the auditor, internal auditor, external auditor, and then another look by the AG after things start to get spending and we figure out what our plan is.
Thank you. Councilor Kuczynski.
I appreciate the explanation. However, it sounds like we're focusing on what's wrong with, what could be done wrong, and we're not going to do anything wrong with the funds. It'll all fall within the Attorney General's purview, and we'll do so properly. We'll document all the expenses. My concern is how much money are we talking about, and are they all spent on the same thing? Let's say, for example, we're buying food, and we say, well, geez, we're going to buy all meats and take all the money and buy that item. Well, you could buy vegetables, you could buy fruits, you could buy a variety of different other things. Who sets the priorities? And I thought that was the council's role, was to help set priorities on how monies get spent. I mean, maybe it's all being spent on one item and we're going to buy a new building. Anybody have any questions about what I've just asked? Because I'd be happy to try to engage on that.
I can address the amounts that are coming in. There's, I believe, 8 settlements right now. I don't have it right on my hand. But over the next 10 to 15 years, it's approximately $1 million.
1 million?
There are 3 other suits that are still outstanding, so there still could be some more money coming in.
So we're talking about 1 million over 15.
Over 10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years.
Correct.
I'm not as concerned as I was. I had been led to believe that the figures could be, I think we were talking about 3 or 4 million or maybe more, and this could balloon to 8 or 10 million, and now all of a sudden the council has no input into how this money is getting spent or setting the priorities, because I still think in general, depending on how much the other funds may be, the council has a role in setting priorities.
Mayor?
Towards approval process.
They do. I mean, that is the legislative process. However, this is not a grant. It's actually a legal binding settlement that the AG signed and we as a municipality signed. And the money, a part of that settlement, is actually not having city council, but it actually being directed by families and folks who are fighting on the front line tapestry in our area. And that's how the settlement was drawn, just not by the money, but also how it is accounted for. The Attorney General at the time, who stood out the government, was like, this money is not going to be spent on proactive, or what could be termed as proactive tools like police cars. This is harm reduction or whatnot. We were a part of a huge class action suit. It's ongoing. We're looking at $1 million now. It could go up. We don't know. I mean, we get notices about not only amounts changing, but suits being settled, as well as how it's going to be paid out. So it can be paid out of 20 years. What's happening now is that the settlements for each company seems to be coming like we're going to pay, most of it in year 4 through 6 to be done because they know they're settled. But the oversight of the money is very specific to the lawsuit settlement. And it does not really take into account municipal structure. I mean, when you really look at it, the mayor doesn't have, this is supposed to go through treasurer, auditor, administrate. A mayor kind of convenes tables and county and individual municipality community groups, but very specifically, this is supposed to be directed by the community most affected to harm reduction, prevention, and whatnot. And they meant to cut us out. Honestly, I don't. They truly. That is the settlement, a big part of the settlement. I don't.
Thank you. And based on the bulletin we have from the DLS and coming from the governor after she signed this agreement, in the third paragraph, basically said that the cities and municipalities are going to use this money just for the purpose identified in settlement agreements. So basically the agreement that the state signed and the city they include in the settlement, basically that's where we can use the money. We can use the money for anything else that is not related to that settlement.
Yes.
Based on this.
Yes, and so this is a really unique fund. Like, this doesn't happen a lot, in both the Department of Revenue and the Department of Local Services waited a long time to figure this out. And that's the biggest reason why we didn't touch the money. It just, it came in and we're just letting it sit until we get clarification. And DLS is recommending that. But because it took so long, is because it intentionally steps aside from local government. That said, it was also a big part of the settlement because money is going directly to municipalities, and for those on the front lines directly affected, that was huge. I lost somebody in this community and I want to see the money come to our community.
Councilor Peak.
Yeah, you said something, Mayor, really interesting there, and I was just hoping you could elaborate on it, about that there's going to be a committee established, and that committee, just in terms of I know that the uses, there's a set of uses that are permitted, but within those uses, there is some discretion. Is the committee going to be the one steering the overall strategy about how these funds get used, or?
Yes. The way that we read it, right, so there have been some regional surveys taken, Hampshire Hope, I'm trying to think of the larger regional public health agencies about what are your needs, what would you do with this, what wouldn't you do this, who do you think you'd partner with? But that's really, that survey is done to give an overall perspective of what people are seeing and needing, and not just municipalities, but providers like Tapestry, Learn to Cope are, weighing in. What we're hoping to get out of that is some kind of a structure or what makes sense for Easthampton, and the important balance in this, and what I really like of the settlement is that community group. They do give direction on who, like a parent, an educator, or whatnot. We're waiting for something from the regional is selection, like really basic operational, okay, so we know, like, we need a community board and to decide how best to use this on a very personal, local level. Well, how do you go from 16,000 to like that committee and even like who sits on it? Which city councilor? If there's a city councilor who has a head of public health or, that said, time's ticking. I mean, we're all conscious of time is ticking and the need is now. So that, I don't have, there's a committee, we know what the committee has to do, and we are really waiting for public health and the results of this survey to figure it out of what the forward, how do we select those people? Or how does the state, it's really, it's really exciting to have money directly on our streets to fight and prevent and support people in this crisis that really we're all affected by, but how to do it fairly, equitably, and you know what you know and what you don't know. And if you're not on the streets or not doing the treatment, we don't have that knowledge. We need to get it into this committee to then address it for Easthampton and work with communities around us.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
And so in terms of the composition of that committee, would that be like a municipal multi-member body like any of the other committees that we have here in city government? Would the council be confirming those appointments? Because if so, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't. I'd have to read the settlement and I don't know. I don't know if it's a body that reports up to the AG's committee. They have a committee and a division that deals with this. And are we just the fiscal conduits? I'm not sure. And I'm sure there's an answer to be had. I'm not saying it's nebulous. I just don't have it.
Councilor Riley?
So I just, as I'm listening to some of the questions that are being asked, I think some of the questions are kind of pointed and they seem like they're coming from a place of control and oversight. But what I'm hearing as a through line is that we all really deeply care about this issue. And these are questions about justice and equity. And so I think that's where this is coming from, that, we all want to ensure that what we put in place will actually fulfill its obligation. Particularly, I know myself and I'm sure others on this council have friends or family members who have either passed away from opioid addictions or continue to suffer from them. So this is a deeply held feeling about holding people accountable for injustices that have happened against innocent people. So I just want to, kind of contextualize that. I don't think anybody here is necessarily saying no on principle alone, just that we want to understand the broader picture. So, maybe if I had a request, is that once this process is underway, that we do our part as the center of government to really give light to this work and to be able to talk about it publicly and to share updates. So that way the mechanisms in place, of course, it will be decentralized up towards the state level, but I think that's what we're really looking for, is to hear the stories to make sure that this work is being done. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this, with the request that we stay actively engaged and stay close to this issue, because it's so important. So thank you.
Councilor Kosinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm concerned because we haven't decided how much money we're really talking about. We know there's $1 million now, but there are 8 other settlements. That's nebulous. and no one's fault for it being nebulous, it's just nebulous. Who's going to be on the committee to resolve this? What the process will be for the committee to be established? What then, I'm going to call it, for lack of a better word, oversight. Let's say, I mean, I really see the council's role in government as being the place where the people go because they find one of us or few of us to talk to and say, hey, we're not happy with the way something is being handled. Whatever that issue is, whether it be trees and plantings, or we don't know where the next issue is coming from. But this is a very serious issue, and how we spend funds and what strategies we do to address the expenditure of the funds, I think are very important. And I think the council representing the people has a role in this. So I'm reluctant to move forward.
Councilor Sarrett? Let you go, Brad.
I just want a clarification. I agree with what I understand what my colleague is saying, but my understanding of the way that this is structured is it has a very definitive legal framework. And so even if we were to deliberate here and say, well, no, we'd like X, Y, and Z, and we'd like to say that we want oversight and we want city council approval, it doesn't matter, because the laws governing how these opioid settlement accounts are directed and operated are very clear. And so I agree, we're used to a certain way that things work in terms of financial appropriations, but in this case, what we're really being asked is to just opt into a legal decision without the ability to change it, and so to me, that's really the question. Do we want to opt into this and be able to receive these funds and then utilize those funds as directed by a legal framework and decision, or do we want to not opt in and not be able to have access to those funds? And so that's really, that I don't think, even if we wanted to sit down and say, oh, we want to change this and this, we can't. So I think that's the question, and I think that and I for one support it, because I'd rather be able to have these funds and trust in the process that's been outlined than not. So it seems like a yes or no to me, and I'm saying yes.
Thank you, Councilor Denham.
So just to clarify, so this account has to be established in order to receive the funds?
We have received the funds. Right now, they are in the general fund. So what I kind of wanted to add was the request to set up the special revenue fund. The reason that it took so long to request it is because the state needed to go through how best to go about using these funds. So with the special revenue fund, that allows us to use it more quickly than having to come and ask the city council every time we need to use the money.
So if there wasn't this account, it would sit in the general fund.
Or just a free cash.
And you would come and you would ask us, and to me, that seems like there's more opportunity to use it for funds that aren't necessarily outlined in what the AG's office has outlined.
Correct.
Right. So in my opinion, it seems like with this account, we are doing our due diligence to make sure that those funds are actually going towards the communities that have been impacted, or the individuals who have been impacted by this tragedy of what has been kind of the epidemic of opioids, right?
A part of, I think, the inspiration of how this settlement came to be was what didn't happen under two major lawsuit settlements, tobacco. And in Massachusetts, it was called the Rosie D case, $25 million to help students who were stuck in a system that did not have appropriate psychiatric and behavioral supports. And that money did not go to the intended. And a part of that is it comes into the general fund, it's not spent, it sweeps into free cash, and then free cash, you can use it, like what physical dollar in free cash is an opioid dollar. It's kind of it very intentional structure actually, in the other check here is the judge in Ohio who signed off on all these cases. Our attorneys have to report back municipality by municipality what we did, how we did, and did we follow the settlement.
Jessica, you want to add something else?
I think Hadel.
Okay. Before Hadel, any other councilor have any questions? Councilor Peak?
I just want to make sure that I clarify sort of where my concerns are and where they aren't here. These federal lawsuits, there's municipalities and counties and states all across the country that were party to them. Some of those government bodies, not any in Massachusetts that I'm aware of, but in other places, have used these funds to purchase weapons and equipment for police to use on these people, right? To use on people who are addicted to drugs. And I'm not making a big anti-police statement here. I'm just saying that this has been a thing that has happened in our history, that we have a problem like this, and we say we need to get these people the help, and what we actually mean by help is buying a new German Shepherd to sick on them. That's an actual thing that's happening, and that judge in Ohio, this is the same fund. These are the same funds. So that judge in Ohio is apparently okay with that, because these funds are being used by that. There are appropriations from these opioid settlements that are going to fund, among other things, law enforcement. They're being used to fund lassos that you can shoot at people's legs as they try and run. And these are, whatever, law enforcement needs these things, but this is not the purpose of these funds. The AG has come up with a list of guidelines, and while I haven't exhaustively read them yet, I do trust you when you say that's not what we're doing here. But since other states have done those things, it stands to reason that a different AG might change course in what is allowed. And so all I'm really asking, it doesn't have to be us, I just want to understand before these funds are spent, and I agree that there are people out there right now who need these funds right now. I'd love to get help to them as quickly as possible. I just need to understand I want to vote yes for this. I need to make this clear. I need to understand the process with which decisions will be made about how these funds are allocated. Is it you that makes those decisions? Like if we create this fund tonight and put this $59,000 into that account, what happens then? I understand there's guidelines being set on what's a permissible use by the AG, but out of all of the universe of permissible uses, how are we prioritizing? How are we strategizing? How are we making these decisions? It doesn't have to be us. I just want to know that there's a thought, there's some sort of process there that I can count on, because elephant in the room, we're going to have future the next mayor might suck, we don't know who the next mayor, we don't know who's going to be in these positions going forward. So this is where my concern comes from. And all I need is just a sense of okay, we send this $59,000 there. Who makes the next call on how those money is spent, and who, how does that, is it it sounds like there's a committee there, but I don't exactly understand that. Can any of this money be spent before that committee's figured out? Like, I feel like I don't understand something important, and I really don't want a situation where we're suddenly 8 years down the line, 8 years and 2 or 3 administrations down the line, and it turns out that these funds have been spent in a way that wasn't proper, that wasn't strategic, or that wasn't really meeting community needs, and that we had zero ability to weigh in on the process.
So, I mean, the next step really is on the council to create this. Are you okay having this money every year for the next 8 years sweep into free cash? And I trust the Easthampton voters, even though they did elect me. I do. We're a smart bunch. But I do. I mean, so I understand there's nebulous, but I don't know how long it will take to put this committee together. We're looking at that as fast as we possibly can. Right now, we want to make sure the money is in a place that the state is strongly recommending this is how you treat this money. As far as like a mayor, or myself, or a future mayor deciding where it goes, it's not like a general fund where I'm saying, hey, this is my budget, and I want to spend an extra $100,000 on everybody getting a new computer. Like there is a process that's committee-based. We don't know a lot about it, but I do know that every year we have got to detail that to the AG and to the, and to our external auditors, and I guarantee this will be a focus of external audits of like, you got this money, where did it go, how'd you spend it, and maybe even to the point of why aren't you spending it? But I think first it's follow the dollars, and we need help on the admin side of it to follow those dollars, and to get them. We don't want them to sweep.
Thank you. Hero?
Thank you. I'm going to start with overall when this whole thing started. We started receiving money back in 2023. There was no regulation set up by DOR or GLS. So accountants and auditors across the state were given an option. It's a general fund money. You have to put it in there. Some accountants decided to set up special revenue accounts. Some communities decided to put into the stabilization account. DOR, GLS didn't come back with the guidance till December of 2023. At that point, they said that if you have set up a stabilization account, you have to put it into the special revenue account, or if it's part of the free cash, then you can open a special revenue account and move all that money and centralize all that money at one place. Why do they say that? The reason they say it is there is a stricter regulation for state reporting, which Jessica does as a treasurer for City of Easthampton. We have to keep that money separate from general fund or any others, like a stabilization fund, so we can put all the money at one place, spend everything out of that one account, and use those debits and credits to report to the state at the end of the fiscal year. As I said, the state took almost a year and a half to decide how they want to guide accountants and auditors across the state. They have not put a regulation out yet, but it is soon coming that there will be a requirement for a specific audit, just like we have a specific requirement for ARPA audit. We get the funds from the city, from the state and federal, and it's a one-time funding. CARES FEMA was the same story, and there will be guidance on a specific audit requirements, and that will be probably a section on the audit report. But state have not decided that yet. So if we put this money into general fund and have it close to free cash, it is practically impossible to do the required state reporting. Does that make sense how this whole thing is coming? Yes, the decision it needs to be made, like how are we going to control this? But there is a specific regulations which we have to follow. And that regulation is not just only be tested or checked for every city and town by AG's office, it will be also controlled by the external auditors. And if we do something crazy, it will be as an audit finding.
Thank you, Hayden. Councilor Derby?
So I guess the first question is the pressing nature of this. I feel like we're going in circles and it's like after 9 o'clock. I don't want to be here all night. So is this something that we could continue and look at the next meeting? Or is this something that needs to be done before the next meeting?
It needs to, it needs to be done by the end of the fiscal year, or the money sweeps into free cash by June 30th.
If it sweeps into free cash, can we take it out of free cash and put it into the special?
Yeah, Hader would know the exact.
Okay, so that's my first piece of my question.
Do you want to the answer first?
Yeah.
For that question. Hayden?
So this mayor is correct. This has to be adopted before June 30th, because as I said, state has sent the guidance. That means if we don't adopt this, we are not following state guidance. And that might be a subject to, I don't know how audit is going to be, because as I said, state has not sent the guidelines for the audit at this point. They might be working. I might find out more next week at my conference. But the DLS has issued opioid settlement receipt bulletin to 2023-7, and that lists all the possibility as if you put it as a free cash, then you go to the city council, ask for appropriation, put it into the special revenue. If your community has established a stabilization account, close that stabilization account, create this special revenue account, and put it into that special revenue account. So yes, it has to be done before June 30th. And the consequence of not doing it is we are not following the state regulation from the audit standpoint of view.
Derby?
So I have Bulletin 2023-7 in front of me. And one of the things that I find interesting, it says, and so this would be from the paragraph after the italicized emphasis added piece, which is may place, and may is underlined, may place said funds into a special revenue fund. And then it says the proceeds can then be expended without further appropriation at the direction of the chief executive officer only for the purpose identified in settlement agreements. So, I mean, this has may underlined. That doesn't seem like that is if may is underlined, it doesn't seem like it's a requirement before the end of the fiscal year. I mean, that's just my interpretation. You may do that or you may not.
So, yes.
Is that a correct interpretation or am I off?
Yes, but it could be an audit finding. So what you're reading is DLS and what a municipality, regardless of it, may do with the money and how it may treat it. But when we get to an audit or the audit specifically on this account, it could be a finding because we're not following best practice and our tracking is off. And I don't say that as that's just how it stands. Somewhat like cannabis, not every municipality created a cannabis stabilization account. They flowed through free cash. They could have, they may create an account. Those who did not ended up with findings because the money, it was hard to track it according to, especially when you got into HCA. So this is a little more restrictive. But that may is so operationally, it's a may. Audit-wise, lawsuit-wise, it could be on the audit side, it's going to be some level of finding. I don't want to say, and it's going to ruin our financial status, but we're not following the best practice to track the money, and the auditors kind of like cash reconciliation. Like this is how it has to be. Do you have to do it? No, you don't have to do it that way, but.
And I think the last piece of that, I think, is the part that makes me feel comfortable with this, doing this, which is, let me grab it really quick. Sure. Which is this part, which is the chief executive officer only for the purpose identified in the settlement agreement. Like, that is pretty clear, and it sounds like the auditing is going to be pretty thorough. So I'm totally fine with it. I just want to get it done if we're going to get it done, or not if we're not.
And I think that exact words, Councilor Derby, comes from the experience of the state with cannabis funds. And that what we could spend it on was way too loose, as a couple of communities bought 4 ambulances, that sort of thing for cannabis. And I think that directly comes from that.
Before you, Hadel?
Thank you. So this section you're reading, Counselor, if you read further down, you'll see the scenarios put for across the state. So that's what this has been a hot topic since probably a year and a half at every conference from the Audit Association I go to. And DOR DLS has been talking about this. And the scenarios is put in here because that's what they're hearing, that we said to you, it's a general fund money. What are you going to do with it? Are you putting it in the general fund? But then local option is you can adopt as a stabilization or a reserve account or a special revenue account. So that's where these examples are coming from. So when they say you may place it, they're not being specific because they don't know what communities did at the local level. That's how I interpreted this. And they covered all the sections by listing all these 3 or 4 points that either you would have done this, this, or this. You can do, if you have a stabilization, revoke it. If it's part of the free cash, ask for appropriation, and moving forward, you can go and put all the revenues directly into this account. And as I'm going to repeat one again, from audit standpoint of view, it took DOR DLS almost a year and a half to get to this decision. I would not be surprised in next year or so, they come up with a very strict guidance of reporting. And practically, if you audit standpoint of view, I'm not talking about how we spend and who's going to make the decision on spending, but from audit standpoint of view, what's going to happen is if we are receiving, our 2025 budget is like $57 million. We're going to receive, let's say, $400,000 from opioid. That is part of that $57 million revenue. How can you just pick and choose which portion of that has been spent and which way? So audit standpoint of view, it would be a nightmare. And that's where these guidance came through the DLS DOR. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, Hadel. Before recognizing counselors, why I'm letting this conversation go forward is because by open meeting law, if we go to a committee, we send back this to the committee, only the 3 members of the committee will have the opportunity to ask questions. So I think I know it's late, but this is our job, right? People vote for us to be here and make the questions, even if we have to spend hours. Again, I just want to clarify that if we send this back to the committee, only the 3 members of the committee is going to be the one allowing making questions. So after saying that, Councilor Kuczynski.
Boy, I wish we could send it to committee and then have a thorough discussion, but we'll try to get through it tonight. It sounds to me like we'd like to be sure that the public has as much input, the public, those who are affected, those who are concerned, those who may feel that the way that the money should be spent, according to folks from Tapestry or somebody else, different organization, somebody who had a family member who passed away, could have ideas about how those funds be spent and be unhappy with the way a single individual or a committee that we don't know how it's going to really get formed or who's going to be on it is involved. They'd come to us and we would ask the questions on their behalf, the role of a legislative body. So my concern is that we have, whatever we set up, now I've heard the term special revenue account and revolving account. And I'm not sure if there are differences between those two, Hadel. It would be my one question as to what we set up. And given all of that, what maximizes the public's ability to utilize the legislative body on any expenditure from any account that we set up? Whether it be stabilization, whether it be a reserve account, a special revenue account, or a revolving account, or some other account?
Is that your question?
That's the question for Hadel.
Thank you for the question. I think the question is great. I made the same question maybe 4 hours ago to Hadel. Hadel?
She knows the answer, or has thought about it.
Yes. So when I was talking with President, we were looking into Chapter 44, Section 53, which talks about all the revolving accounts, special revenue account. These terms are coming from Schedule A. This is one of the state report, which I do as a part of my end of the fiscal year. It covers wide range. I'm getting to that page in a second because I have to look all the time. I can't remember the sections there. Oh, come on, here we go. Okay, so special revenue includes, special revenue funds can be federal grant, state grant, includes city and school. It can be receipts reserved for appropriation. It can be revolving funds, which can be, again, departmental revolving fund, 53E and half, any gifts accounts, donation accounts, those all fall into special revenue funds. And those are the funds where money goes in at the end of the fiscal year. Any unused money rolls over to the next fiscal year. It doesn't close on June 30th. And that's like, we're talking about at least 600 to 700 accounts we have in that category.
Thank you, Hadel.
Yep.
Can we let another controller and then I'll go back to you? Or is it following?
It was a
Follow-up?
follow-up, yeah.
Okay,
Now it's.
sorry. I just want to give you the opportunity
Go
to
ahead.
Controller Riley.
So look, I think there's been some questions about how we have proper oversight or what to do if somebody were to manipulate this fund. And not having city council oversight over this fund does not mean that we cannot hold people accountable. As citizens of Easthampton, we can put a FOIA request and get this information from whomever the next mayor is. Or if the next attorney general comes in and decides they're going to curtail processes, we can follow up on this stuff. Just because we're not able to do it as city councilors does not mean that we don't have the ability to do this as citizens of the Commonwealth. And to put a finer point on this, and it's my hope that what I'm about to say reverberates into the near future after Mayor LaChapelle is gone. That if you become the mayor of Easthampton and you think that you're going to abuse these kinds of funds in a way that serves a purpose that does not meet the needs of people who have been impacted by opioids, then God have mercy on your soul, because the public will hold you accountable and you will be a social pariah in the Commonwealth. This is not a line anybody should ever be considering crossing to be immoral or unethical about how to use this money. So I just say that to say it doesn't have to come to this desk for any one of us to hold these people accountable if they abuse these funds. that's really all that I have to say. This seems like a non-starter that we should do this to create the framework around it that protects the funds. And further, we do have to have some semblance of trust that the voters will continue to elect attorney generals and that they will continue to elect mayors that will do the right thing. In my experiences so far, though the mayor was being comical earlier, the people made the right choice in the last election to re-elect Mayor LaChapelle. That was the right thing to do. The city is safer now because of that choice. And, you know, we vested all of our support into Maura Healey when she was our attorney general. Now she's our governor. And we have that same vested support in our attorney general. So I don't see what it is that we're picking apart here. We have all of the power in our hands as citizens of Easthampton to hold people accountable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sar, you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to correct the record. I apologize for my statement before because I misunderstood that. I was under the impression that without setting up this account that we did not have access to these funds. I did not understand that this was going into the general fund. But regardless of that, I feel that that the creation of this kind of revolving account is specifically for the concerns that have been expressed here by this body tonight, that it's utterly dangerous to let these trickle into the general fund, and it makes it very difficult on an auditor, and frankly makes it difficult on us to know which dollars we're spending on what. And so by basically accepting these guidelines to put these into a revolving account, we know that every single cent of these opioid settlement funds is going into the appropriate place and is being used under the legal recommendations that have been set out so that we don't purchase police cars or we don't purchase other items. It falls completely under and is audited under and has the oversight under all the legal guidelines that were set that clearly led to these recommendations. So I continue to be in support of that and happy to vote whenever you are.
Thank you, Councilor Sar. Councilor Denham?
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not going to question the integrity of our city auditor or our treasurer. I think that they are, or the mayor at this point. I think that they are articulating to us there are guidelines out there that they have oversight over, and they are kind of the bottom line, so to speak, in terms of informing us whether or not something was appropriate or not appropriate. And I also think that we're making assumptions that this body, right, is going to be making the best decisions if we keep that in a general fund, right? Like, any number of us have a variety of different agendas that we will impose on the decisions that we make regarding how funds are spent or how they're appropriated, et cetera. And I think that this account is the beginning stage of being able to allow for some sort of oversight to make sure that those funds are spent accordingly. And I have faith in the mayor to be able to appoint a fair, just body to oversee those funds so that they are spent accordingly based on the guidelines of the AG, right? So I think that I am in support of this, and I think that it would be great to be able to vote on it.
Thank you, Councilor Denham. I just want to say that I'm ready to take the motion. I think the conversation are being extends. I think we're going circles again with the questions and comments. I just want to take the last one of the last comments from Councilor Peak.
Yeah. I'll make the motion, even though I still have some questions, just out of respect for my colleagues. The one comment I want to make is I hear what everyone's saying, and I understand people's positions, but there's some comments that have been made that concern me a little bit about, like, it's not about, I would never, I think that the people here are great. I think they do a good job. Our job is to be a check on that power. If we don't have that, then why are we even here? Why we could just get rid of a council and just FOIA people periodically and then vote them out if they did a bad job. I don't think that is a way of thinking that makes a whole lot of sense for a council, but I am burning out, and I'm sure you all are too, and it sounds like people have come to, so I'm good I'm going to make this as one motion for both things, if that makes sense.
Motion for what?
To establish the account and appropriate the funds?
No, because the funds is a public hearing, and then we have to allow people to participate at the public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to just appropriate the funds to a non-existent account.
Let's create the account.
Okay, create the account
And then we can
first.
discuss
Yeah,
the
all right.
$59,000 because we didn't discuss that yet.
All right, so pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53, Clause 4, approval is hereby given to establish an account for the purposes of receiving funds designated for the opioid settlement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the approval to establish an opioid settlement account. Any further discussion? Councilor Kuczynski.
My concern here is not with the people that we have. I think we have great people in our auditor, our treasurer, and, Madam Mayor, in our mayor. Please, don't mistake my concern, because my concern is to protect the public's right and to have an open process. I'm not sure that if we set up an account like with the type we're about to set up, then the expenditure of these funds will be once, twice, or always an open process. I mean, somehow this is all going to happen behind the scenes. I'll say behind the scenes because nobody's going to come to the council and say, hey, I'd like to spend the money in this sort of a way. And then that sheds the light of the sun on the way that is to be spent. I think that's the appropriate process. So I'm reluctant and will vote no.
Any other councilor? For those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention?
Against?
Against?
No.
Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
And then I'll do the appropriation. Request is hereby made for the approval of the following appropriation.
Doesn't make the motion yet.
Sorry, yeah.
Because now we are going to discuss to the public if they're okay of moving this money from free cash to the revolving account.
Okay, we're talking about the thing we've been talking about for the last 15 hours.
But now we're talking about exactly about the
now
money.
We're talking about sending the money.
About creating the account.
Yes, now we're talking about sending the money to the account.
Correct.
And not creating the account. And
okay.
There you go.
I just want to be clear with the public. Any councilor have any questions or concerns about this, moving this money from free cash to this account? Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested $59,520.71 to be transferred from free cash, $59,520.71 to be transferred to opioid settlement account, revolving account. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: opioid settlement money.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $59,520 with 71 cents funding for the opioid settlement revolving account. Any further discussion? Councilor Kuczynski.
Just to explain my vote, I will vote no because I don't believe that, the best process was to set up the proper account, and I would be inconsistent in voting anything else.
Any other councilor? For those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention?
Abstain.
1-1. Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, the next two items that we have up are both items related to COVID-related things that the mayor can probably explain a little bit better, but basically, we spent COVID money and then the guidelines changed and they want money back.
The mayor?
It's a very frustrating, annoying situation. The mayor can
Yes.
probably explain it.
So we bought vehicles in the beginning of COVID. Under those guidelines,
Mayor, we're doing the $37,000 one first.
This is for the vaccine.
Oh, the vaccines, yes, okay. So the vaccines actually is on the back end where FEMA started to disallow vaccines as related to COVID. And we could not get reimbursed for vaccines because the emergency was over, the money was FEMA. FEMA is for emergencies. We did not know that, or the rule. We're not even sure if that rule existed when we spent the money, but the rule is retroactive.
Any counselor have any questions, comments? Any counselor?
That's just very dumb that we can't spend COVID money on COVID vaccines. It's just very, very dumb, and I need to say that on the record. That's all.
Councilor Kuczynski.
Question, it seems to me that if we didn't know that this was something you couldn't do, and we believed it was, Councilor Peak would say, kind of dumb to think that you couldn't spend COVID money on COVID things, that there wouldn't be some way to address this on the federal level. Is there any?
Oh, it was addressed.
Who've gone?
Yeah,
to fight this or to argue it on other municipalities, other.
Yeah, I went down on the ship, like on this, myself and several, that and there were a couple of other items. And there was, we could have continued to fight it, and then we would have forfeited our last reimbursement of this money for things that we could have spent on. So.
Any other counselors before I let Lindsay to participate? No. Lindsay?
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that button.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Anyone from the public have any questions, comments? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $37,540.67 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to FY21 COVID-19 vaccine. For the amount requested will be used for the following purpose: to cover grant deficits.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $37,540.67 to cover fiscal year 2021 COVID-19 vaccine grant deficit. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
This next one's kind of similar. Early on in the pandemic, some funds were used to purchase 3 vehicles for the city, which were used to help out with some of the COVID relief efforts, delivering meals and things like that. And these vehicles, I guess, for whatever reason, were not allowable. I attempted to say, on the bright side, if the request had just been made to purchase these vehicles out of free cash, we probably would have said yes. So I guess in the end, it's sort of whatever, but the mayor might be able to elaborate a little bit more. But again, it's a similar thing where we we thought that this was an allowable use, or the city thought this was an allowable use for these funds. The purchase was a thing that we did need, but now we're apparently not going to be able to use the funds for this.
Any councilor have any questions? Any clarification from the mayor, if anyone need it? No. Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Anyone participating remote? Hadel?
Just want to add one thing to this, as an information is, as per the DOR guidelines, we have till fiscal year 27. So basically by end of fiscal year 26, we have to make sure that all these deficits are taken care by any other funding source, or we have to raise and appropriate on the tax rate recap for fiscal year 27. This is just as an information. And that's why I recommended to mayor to let's take care of it now when we can. And we put forward the appropriation.
Thank you, Haydon. Anyone else from the public? Councilor Peak.
I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $120,581.06, to be transferred from capital stabilization to be transferred to FY20 COVID-19 FEMA grant. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose to cover grant deficits.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $120,581.06 for the fiscal year 2020 COVID-19 FEMA grant deficit. Any further discussion? Councilor Kuczynski.
Just a point to note, I agree with Councilor Peak that we probably would have approved the expense at the time if under a different line item. But I also wanted to say to the mayor and to the auditor, hey, you're on the firing line. You have to make some decisions. And COVID was a really unusual time for everybody. And it didn't go away in 2020, and it lasted, and we're still working with the funds. So I think we have to stand behind the mayor on this. So.
Thank you. Any other councilor? For those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right. The next one we got from a former councilor, Dan Rist, presented this one at Finance Committee. It's a $9,800 appropriation from capital stabilization to give a small budget to the ad hoc building committee that's exploring a new senior center. This would be used to help fund the development of a report for the mayor and the Council on Aging. That might include some small consulting fees, perhaps survey software. I did offer to help out with that if I can be of help. And plus postage, printing, these things for surveying people on what their needs for a senior center would be, and then developing and printing said report.
Thank you. Any councilor have any questions? Councilor Denham?
I just want to thank Director Terrell for sticking around this long to talk about this.
Yep. Any, Cynthia, you want to say something? You're muted.
Committee member Tom Brown might be there in the audience, and he could speak about this as well. I just wanted to say that we do have a survey that's almost been developed and would be distributed in September, and this work would continue past this current fiscal year, so it would be encumbering expenses in fiscal year 25.
Thank you. The same way the Councilor Denham say thank you to Cindy, I want to say thank you for staying this long with us. I don't know if you want to add something.
If I stay this long, I better say something.
Right?
She's been waiting.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Tom Brown, I'm the acting chair of the COA board, and I serve on the ad hoc building committee. I want to thank the mayor for creating the committee to begin the process of looking at a new senior center for Easthampton. I've been on the board for about 37 years. You've heard me say before, we're in our fourth location in that time frame, and every one of those locations is a former something that doesn't really fit the needs of a current day senior center. So the seniors of Easthampton really deserve to have us design and build a facility that is meant to be a senior center. And that's what we're in the process of doing. And this money and this ad hoc committee gets the ball rolling. Believe me, for a while, the ball is going to be rolling uphill. One of our mottos on the committee is this is a marathon, not a sprint. This won't happen overnight, but at least with this ad hoc committee that the mayor formed, we get the ball rolling to eventually get a new senior center in Easthampton. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. President. And The ad hoc committee that I'm asking for this funding is exactly that. The process to get a new senior center is not funded really at all, like we did with the school building committee. There's a lot of information to gather. Ad hoc committee is doing that, needs a little bit like for mailing or whatnot, and then first of the year, the ad hoc committee dissolves, and we go into a full public committee, very similar to what we did with the school building committee, and they have a body of evidence, a body of material around what is or isn't available, what was visited, what needs to be followed up because there will not be $1 million bonding to hire a consultant for that committee. It's not how you do it. So we want to do some pre-work, and this will be a capital project that'll come through in the capital improvement plan. This is the very first step, and we'll have stuff to report out, as well as a public call to serve on the Senior Center Building Committee, which will be a multi-member committee, just,
Thank you. Councilor Kosinski?
Mayor, you might not want to go away here just yet. The question I have is, since we're talking about how money gets spent and who's the checks and balances, how does this money get spent? Is it something that obviously goes through your office, you have to sign for, the auditor has to sign for? Does it go to the ad hoc committee, and then that committee votes to expend the funds, and that's how it goes, just so I can understand?
The member of the ad hoc committee and the director of the senior center would put a request in and say, and this is how it's related to the vote that you took to appropriate the money for this purpose. And a great is the mailing.
Councilor Sarat?
That was my question. Thank you, Councilor Kwasinski. Two birds with one stone.
No questions?
No.
All right. Any other councilors? Anyone from the public? Anyone participating remote? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
I'll make this in the form of a motion. Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested $15,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to planning and professional services. The amount.
No, you're reading the wrong one.
Wait, yeah, I am reading the wrong one.
Yeah. Tom was so happy when he heard 15,000.
Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested $9,800 to be transferred from capital stabilization to be transferred to ad hoc building committee. The amount requested will be used for the following purposes: to develop a report for the mayor and the council on aging, including expenses for consultation, for research and facilitation, survey software, postage, printing, mailing, and meeting supplies.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $9,800 for the COA ad hoc committee building expenses. And I just want to clarify that we are moving from the capital stabilization $9,800 to the ad hoc building committee $9,800. Any further discussion? Seeing none. For those who are in favor?
Aye.
Anyone against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
Okay, one last one. This is a $15,000 appropriation from free cash to planning professional services. And effectively what this is our city planner left us in the spring, and there were a handful of ongoing projects that we had, that he had some expert knowledge on, so we had agreed to pay a fee for him to continue as a consultant on those projects to get them to a reasonable stopping point. And so this is the fee.
Any councilor have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Anyone participating remote have any questions? Seeing none, Councilor Peak.
Request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $15,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to planning professional services. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: consulting work during planning director transition.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the supplemental appropriation of $15,000 for the planning department for consulting services during director transition. I just want to clarify again, we're moving from free cash the $15,000 to the planning professional service the $15,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, for those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
Motion to
Councilor
close the
Derby?
public hearings.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, for those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. I will request 5 minutes break. Right now is 9:47. We will be reconvene at 9:52. Thank you for staying with us until right now. Communication from elected officials, boards, and committee. Our last meeting, we make a motion related to the library. The amount was incorrect. We vote for $100,000. The request was 150. So I will, if the councilors are okay with it, we already vote for it. And basically, we are not matching any funds. They're going to use their own funds to match the grant. But we have to revote again to do a maximum of 150,000. If all the councilors are okay, we'll take the motion from Councilor Derby. All right, Councilor Derby.
Okay. Let me see. Where does it start?
Yeah, you put that, yeah.
Okay, so this motion is to give permission to the Easthampton Public Library to apply for, accept, and expend state grant funds and to approve local funding for the planning and design phase. The local funding referred to a maximum of $150,000 would be provided by the Easthampton Public Library from fundraising and/or the endowment. This vote will replace the vote number 2, which was approved May 15th, 2024 by the City Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the library grant vote to increase local amount from $100,000 to $150,000. Any further discussion? Councilor Denham?
Thank you to Director Shapiro for sticking with us this evening.
I agree. Any other councilors? For those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Mayor's communication. Madam Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
I had something to say.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. I
No, it's okay,
apologize.
but
Oh, right,
I wanted to say that the high school graduation will be outside on Friday at 6 o'clock. They were waiting until this afternoon to make a final determination.
My apologies that I didn't recognize you. I was
Okay.
in a hurry of the moment. I totally ignore you,
Yeah.
but I was unintentional.
You're good, you're good.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Accepted.
That's it? Correspondent announcement from the president, the vice president. I do have a request. The mayor sent a letter to one of the members from the ZBA to be removed by our city charter, section 3.4. That person have the right to come to the council and basically explain the decision by the mayor was not right, was incorrect. That person is using the charter, and that person sent a letter to our city clerk. We have a few options. One of the options is we agree with the mayor because the mayor is the appointing authority, and we're not going to take any actions. You know what? The mayor is the one who appointed. The mayor decide to remove this person from the committee. We can decide to review it. Has to be public, and we have to notify the mayor. That's why it's not on the package, because if we decide to say yes, that we're going to review it, we have to invite this person to our next meeting, and we have to notify the mayor to come to our meeting too, to let us know why the mayor make that decision. I will defer this to you guys, councilors, and we will move one way or the other. Councilor Riley?
So, I do have a little familiarity with this situation, so I know how I feel about it. That said, we have Section 3-4 in our charter for a reason, and I think that this person deserves the right to appeal their case. And I think this is a healthy process for us to be able to go through. So I'm in full support of letting that person come and do the process. And I think this is good governance and practice.
Any other councilors? Councilor Peak?
Yeah, we do have this written in our charter as a thing that people have the right to do, and not knowing anything about the situation, I don't feel like I'm in a good position to say no to their request. So that would be my inclination. But just, yeah.
Councilor Kwasinski?
Not knowing anything about the specifics of this situation, I look at the charter and agree that anyone who goes for an appointment and to serve on any of the positions that we have ought to be thinking, geez, what does the charter say? What's going to happen if? And I think it's there, and the person, if they weren't willing to go public with the issue, wouldn't bring it before the council, I would imagine. So they must feel that they have something that they want to talk about. I'd be inclined to listen and think that the council ought to do the same.
Councilor Sarrett?
I just want to clarify the process, if that's okay. So if I'm reading this correctly, the individual can appear, the mayor has to appear or should appear based on the charter. They state their case, the mayor reads their reasoning, and the council, the only action the council can really take is to basically make a statement, but it's not binding.
That's correct.
And so regardless, the mayor's decision goes into effect either way.
That's correct.
And it's just put on public record. So I think that if an individual wants to, if they want to basically fulfill their rights under what I would consider our Constitution, then I don't have a problem with that.
I will take a motion for our next meeting, June 20th. Mr. Matt Wong from the ZBA, a former member from the CBA, and the mayor appear to the council.
Second, or I make the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to review the city charter section 3.4 about Matt Wong from the ZBA on June 20th and the city council chambers. Any further discussion? Councilor Denham?
Because this is non-binding, I'm going to abstain because I think there's an element of saving face, and I'm not going to ask a resident to.
He requested.
I understand that. I completely understand that, and the mayor has her rationale, and I think that nothing is going to change, and so she has her rationale. So I believe that people have the right to do that. I also believe in being able to save face. So I'm just going to, I'm going to be abstaining.
Thank you, Councilor Denham. But for clarification for the public, we are doing this because this person requested to come to the council. That's what we're doing. Councilor Kuczynski?
Well, I appreciate Councilor Denham's position about saving face, and I agree it's important. Sometimes people feel that they have to put it out there, what their position is, what their opinion is, and just make sure everybody knows. This is why it happened. Okay, so they want to clarify, this is the process, let's do it.
For those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes with one abstention. And I will send a notification to both, to Matt and to the mayor. Mr. Vice President, do you have any announcements?
No, thank you.
Reports from standing committees. Finance, Councilor Peak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are going to meet at our usual time next week at 5:30.
It's Wednesday?
Yes.
At 13, I'm pretty sure.
I don't even know the date right now. But yeah, I think so, you're right. And we'll be discussing the 3 items that appear in new business.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? What time was it?
5:30.
5:30.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
I'm pretty sure it's the 13. The 12. Sorry, the 12.
That's why I was like.
Sorry. Yeah, 13.
Mine's on the 11th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's the 12. Does conclude?
That concludes.
Thank you, Councilor Peak. Public Safety, Councilor Sarret.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have not met since our last meeting. We do have an upcoming public hearing regarding some modifications to Section 1-25, parking prohibited on certain streets during certain hours. I will not be present that meeting. I will review with Councilor Derby to present. We had a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, the 11th. On review, we have no active or pending or potentially pending items, so I've canceled that meeting. So there is no meeting.
No meeting?
No meeting on the 11th. But we will be reviewing when we will be meeting next. But there's no real business before us other than the review of language of traffic rules and orders, which I've requested the members to start looking over for a thorough discussion. This concludes.
Thank you, Councilor Sarret. Appointments, Councilor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The appointment committee last met on June 3rd at 6 p.m. So a couple items to discuss first. So we had before us the reappointment of Stephen Desaulnier to the licensing board with a term expiration date of June 3rd, 2030. So that's a 6-year term. We're moving into the 2030s now. So we just appointed Stephen Desaulnier to the licensing board last month. The seat was set to expire. I reached out to him. He said he was interested in staying on, so I felt no need to follow up with him to re-ask questions. And the committee voted 3-0 to recommend his reappointment. So unless there are any questions, I move to reappoint Stephen Desaulnier to the licensing board with a term expiration date of June 3rd, 2030.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reappoint, for the reappointment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
All right, and then first, this is a little different here. So at our last city council meeting, we did not move Maureen Pollock as the planning director to committee. And it was under the understanding that she had withdrawn her application. So to be clear, she's still on the agenda. So we do have to take a vote to essentially reject her application on the fact that she's not going to be applying for the job. If we don't vote to reject her, after a certain amount of days, she automatically becomes the planning director, and we don't want that to happen, so.
Councilor Derby?
Can we make a motion to remove without prejudice?
It would be better if we just reject it.
Okay.
So, yeah?
You make the motion.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, so I move to strike her name from our agenda without prejudice.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to remove it without prejudice. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
All right, thank you. And then, typically I like to really talk about the qualifications of appointees. This is just not the night to do it, and I apologize because both of our appointees are incredibly talented people. So I'm just going to be very brief. So first we had Carol Smith, who was before us as a mayoral appointee to the Charity Funds Committee with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2026. Carol has academic, health, and social service experiences with pre- and post-grant award writing and reporting. And she's done this work across multiple states, having to follow multiple state laws and guidelines. She's done so in a variety of healthcare and nonprofit settings, and she's now retired and wants to give back to the community. We voted 3-0 to recommend her to the full council. And then second, we had Paul Davis, who was a mayoral appointee to the Nashawanek Pond Committee with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2024. I'm sure you all saw the packet that we got. Paul has probably one of the most extensive academic and professional resumes that's ever come before the appointment committee. He has experience in environmental and ecological sciences, a PhD in biological studies, dual masters in marine and environmental policy, as well as zoology. And he also has direct experience of doing water quality studies on Nashawanek Pond. So couldn't ask for a more qualified person to serve in that role. And then we also had Chelsea Balzer to the Affordable and Fair Housing Partnership with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2026. So we could not meet with Chelsea at the meeting that we had. I did have a conversation with her. So to clarify, she's a licensed psychotherapist and author with extensive studies in mindfulness-based stress reduction and structures of poverty and the impacts that it has on marginalized people. It's very easy to see how her experiences as a professional play into the partnership, and then she also has personal lived experiences with housing insecurity and affordability. She's since gained affordable and secure housing and wants to be able to open those opportunities up to other people within our community. Same as the others, we recommended 3-0 to appoint her. So if there are any questions, I'd like to make a motion for all three. Is that okay?
Yes, but before that, I want to make a comment. And I know it's late, I'm sorry, but I have to say that we are lucky that people with these qualifications are willing to be volunteer in our community.
Yeah.
We are really lucky.
Yep.
The expertise that they have is incredible, and we're being really, really lucky having them to be part of our committees. Councilor Riley.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. So I move to appoint Carol Smith to the Charity Funds Committee with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2026. Paul Davis to the Nashawanek Pond Committee with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2024. And Chelsea Balzer to the Affordable and Fair Housing Partnership with a term expiration date of December 31st, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the three new appointments. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. And then the appointment committee will meet next on June 17th at 6 p.m. in Conference Room 2 right here behind City Council chambers, and thus concludes.
Thank you, Councilor. Ordinance, Councilor Denham.
Thank you, Mr. President. We last met on June 21st, and at that meeting, we approved 3-0 the opt-in specialized code. And we need to set or in the form of a motion, we need to move to set a public hearing for June 20th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to schedule a public hearing for June 20th at 6:15 at these chambers. Any further discussion? Seeing none, for those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
And I need to extend the date, I guess,
Yes, for both.
for both, 60 days.
Both 60?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this one probably 30, but
No, that's fine.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the two items for 60 days. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
great. And our next meeting is June 11th, 5 p.m. in Conference Room 2. And that's everything that our committee has to offer the council today.
You say 5 p.m.?
5 p.m.
Thank you.
And we'll be discussing the moratorium on sewage sludge, fertilizer.
Thank you. Property, Councilor Sarek.
No report other than the fact that in anticipation of new business potentially coming to our committee, I've scheduled a meeting on June 11th at 6 p.m. in room 1. Obviously, we can cancel that if that new business is not moved. This concludes.
Thank you, Councilor. Rules, Councilor Kuczynski.
Just to report that the Rules Committee will be meeting on June 13th, Thursday, at 6:30 to discuss ranked choice voting for multi-winner races. This concludes.
2 items.
What was that?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Councilor Kuczynski. New business, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have new business for Maple Pepin Center Schools Land Disposition and Development Agreement. I move that that be sent to property.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move the Maple Pepin Center School Land Disposition and Development Agreement to the Property Committee. Any further discussion? Seeing no, for those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes.
We have one mayoral appointment that I will move to send to the Appointments Committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move Josh Rosenblatt to the Zoning Board of Appeal with the expiration term 12/31/2025 to the Appointments Committee. Any further discussion? Seeing no, Councilor Riley.
Sorry, I actually do have a question. Do we know that by appointing him, does that remove the opportunity of the person who is going to do the appeal? We have more than one space open on Zoning Board of Appeals.
We don't have the power to reestablish the person that the mayor removed from the committee.
Oh, okay, yep,
So-
yep, understood, okay. No more questions.
Any other councilors? For those one in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. Councilor Peak.
All right. Okay, so we've got 3 here. I'm just going to read through them. And I can do these all at one, right?
And schedule a public hearing for June 20th, 6:15.
So I'm going to make the following 3 requests in the form of a motion and schedule a public hearing for June 20th at 6:15 in these chambers. Okay, request is hereby made for the following appropriation. Amount requested $48,719.95 to be transferred from PEG Access account to be transferred to PEG Access account. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: to give approval to spend from the PEG Access receipts reserved account for a cable-related purposes consistent with the franchise agreement. Next one up. The request is hereby made for approval of the following appropriation. Amount requested, $25,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to legal. The amount requested will be used for the following purposes: legal costs billed for FY24. Since the appropriation, we have incurred $15,000 in union negotiation fees and have yet to receive bills for March through June. Finally, a supplemental appropriation request hereby made for the following appropriation. Amount requested, $1,300,000 to be transferred from free cash to be transferred to general stabilization, $550,000. Capital stabilization, $750,000. The amount requested will be used for the following purpose: to fund the general stabilization to provide stability in the current environment, to fund capital stabilization to meet capital needs.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to send one transfer and 2 appropriation to the Finance Committee and to schedule a public hearing June 20th at 6:15 at these chambers. Any further discussion? Seeing none, for those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Motion passes. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Abstention? Anyone want to stay here? Motion passes. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, everybody who stayed with us.